you get, the higher we deduct. The lower you get, the lower we deduct, as long as you're repaying something. We try to use our data, using data analytics, to come up with strategies that will be effective when it comes to debt collection methods. And the one that is very unpopular with most of our beneficiaries is engaging in our debt collection agencies. Right now, we've engaged 10 debt collection agencies. And for the last 10 years that we've engaged them, we've been able to collect 3 billion. And some of you who are defaulters, you know how nagging these debt collectors can be. So the best way is avoid them if you can. Sometimes it's not possible, but avoid them if you can. Now, my final point, if I come to the end, you remember I mentioned the main challenge that we are facing. And that is whether the revolving fund can be self-sustaining. And this is an issue we've been grappling with for a very long time, for the 27 years of the existence of Helb. And the question is, maybe I pose it to you, is it possible for the Helb revolving fund to be self-sustaining? Is it possible? I don't know. Maybe the answers might come out from you later on when we have the breakout sessions. But I'll just give you a scenario on why this challenge is a major challenge for us. Let's use the current budget for the current year for student loan financing. It is approximately 33 billion. And if a revolving fund is self-sustaining, it means the income generated from the investment made from the revolving fund should be the one to be used to loan out to students or to give bursaries and scholarships. So, meaning the expected income should be 33 billion. Let's use a rate of interest of 10% per annum. So if we are to get 33 billion on that interest rate, it means the value of a revolving fund this year as we speak should be 330 billion. And that's why I was asking, is having a self-sustaining revolving fund at Helb sustainable? We spoke earlier and said the current total amount that has been given out so far is 166.67 billion. And out of that, a huge element has been defaulted. Meaning for us to reach this 330 billion seed money for the revolving fund might take us a century, isn't it? So that's the elephant in the room, and it's food for thought for all of us. So with that, even though we are saying it's impossible, it always seems impossible until it's done. I think we can do it, quoting Nelson Mandela. So with that, I thank you, and I invite any questions. Thank you very much.
I am Daniel Maswai from Taragon TVC, Nakuru County. There's still room for improvement. We negotiate further, and if they can be motivated further, say that they pay what is actually within the range, then I think you can collect more. Now, my question is, I don't know how it is calculated, because I have some, I have some staff who we tried to negotiate with their help on how much they can pay. But somehow, when we looked at it, it's like they were still unable. They were still unable to pay. And when you check across, you find that you can get somebody who has a higher loan, and yet, when the calculation comes, you find that this person is given less to pay, and another person who has maybe lesser loan is given more to pay. So actually, there is need for us to continue engaging so that we can collect more by help listening to us, that actually listening to our proposals, that actually these people, this is how much they can afford for now. Because sometimes even you hear some who are already employed in the government, like what they are paying is reasonable, but now what is being levied on somebody under VOG terms is like it's a bit unfair. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Maybe we can have another question, but I can answer all of them together.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Richard Amari from Kasarani Technical. Mine is on debt management. It's a clarification from Helb. There is during the presentation of Mr. Kingori, he was advising, of course, that is the right thing to do, that there is that money that is excess, the student has not utilized, and has to be refunded back. What is the clear clarification from Helb, how you treat that in terms of the debt that will be owed to the student? That is what I wish to ask Helb to clarify. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Steve Oloy from Budoma Technical, student representative. I have a suggestion and it's a question. It's a concern in debt resolution. What measure has Helb put in place to recover this debt, as most of the students or the beneficiaries of this debt are from technical institutions, and the challenge we're having in Kenya is unemployment. What measures has Helb taken place to partner with the employers or getting employment opportunity to these beneficiaries so that these funds can be plowed back to the Helb system? I've only heard you saying that you partner with employers for those who have already been employed to collect the funds. But are you making any effort to create more employment with these employers or these industries so that you can provide more job opportunities for you to collect this debt? Kindly.
Maybe I can answer those three, and then we can have another round of questions. I didn't get the name of the first person who asked the question, but he rightly said that there is room for improvement when it comes to loan recoveries. But his main issue was the sorry about that. Motivation of repayment of loans, particularly the Board of Management teachers, and suggesting that they should pay what is within the range. They have issues when it comes to calculation of the amount to be repaid, which eventually makes it unable, the beneficiaries unable to repay. Our credit policy usually says that the loan should be repaid within 10 years after the grace period. But that doesn't mean that once you start repaying, it has to be within those 120 months. There could be other factors. For example, what I mentioned, the pay of the board of management beneficiaries might be quite low. So what I can say to answer that is, at Helb we listen. We are customer-centric. So when somebody finds that whatever has been calculated is way above what they can afford based on the pay slip, and considering one of our strategies is to have this income contingent repayment plan, we listen. So we actually review the repayment rates. And for example, the BOM teachers, you will find them paying as little as even 1,000, as long as it covers the interest payable per month, so that the loan doesn't grow and the penalties are not levied. So we can negotiate, and we have that window where the individual beneficiary approaches Helb, and we review the repayment rate. Secondly, there's Richard of Kasarani, who wanted clarification on the issue of unutilized loans. These unutilized loans, what we mean is the money was sent to, let's say, your TVET institution. And by the time it was sent, the student had already completed the studies or had already paid the full fees. So this money is not required. So what usually happens, we usually ask the institution to remit back the money back to Helb. And if we had already billed that beneficiary, that money will be treated as a repayment. The only issue is now, if interest had accrued, that person will still have to pay that interest. But it is an issue we consider on a case-to-case basis, so it is actually used to reduce the amount payable for that beneficiary, sorry. And then the last person, I didn't get the name clearly, still on measures to recover the debt, and he talked about unemployment. Many people are unemployed, leading to them not being able to repay the loan. And then he brought up a very interesting issue. What is Helb doing to enable these people get employment? And I don't know, that's a very tough one for Helb, how we can assist people to get jobs. But what we do when it comes to the partnership funds, we try to partner with industries, companies, and so on and so forth. For example, we have a partnership with Simba Motors, for example. When those beneficiaries get a loan from that partnership fund, they are almost assured of employment, isn't it? So that way, repaying their loan becomes much easier. So we try as much as possible to even develop loan products that are sector-specific, and then have industries or companies in that sector to partner with us, and that way it will be easier for those people to get jobs and start repaying their loans immediately. In fact, if there was a session, the External Resource Mobilization Department would have given you some of those partnership funds or the sector-specific funds that we've come up with. And once those people are employed, it is very easy for them to start repaying the loan and, in fact, clear the loans faster than the 10 years that I was talking about. I think with that, I've covered the questions as so far. So if there's time, maybe we can allow another round. So it depends on the MC. I'm at his mercy. Okay, I've been told one more question.
Okay, because I have the mic here and I had a question, let me take that opportunity. I'm Kevin Manyu from Matili Technical Training Institute.
Yes.
And I had a question about the loan repayment still. And somehow you have answered it, but I needed more clarification on the deadlock of the 4% repayment per annum, where the loanee or the person who took the loan is unable to raise above the 4%. If I'm getting an increment of 4% per annum, and I'm repaying less than 4% per year, I don't know what is the ultimate or the maximum amount that if it reaches, you as Helb can say that this is what you will pay, not more than this one, because I might end up paying this 4% the rest of my life.
Let me answer that quickly. Oh, there's another hand there. In fact, there are two. If they are brief, no, there are more than two.
Thank you. My name is James Asuka from Shamberere National Polytechnic. And I have two questions. Just a concern, I'm the Dean of Students. And I think the comrades through me have given me the power to say this. Now, maybe I appreciate the efforts by the Helb to recover the loans. However, the comrades are also saying that if you are denying them the opportunity to get employment by listing them on CRB, how do you then come to recover these loans? They were suggesting that probably if they are listed then and they have been invited for employment, is there a way that Helb can be able to assist them to get this employment? Then number two is on recovery or the refunds on unutilized funds. I don't know, maybe we seek clarification from you, because from our institution, we did some checks to repay for the unutilized funds. But we went to the bank to bank the checks. We were requested for the e-slips for the refund, for the unutilized funds. Maybe you can give us a direction on how we can be able to address that. Thank you.
There was a lady, I'll allow a lady to ask because no lady has asked so far.
I'm Lydia from the Maasai National Polytechnic. I have a suggestion, and I don't know if it will work. For the students who have completed their studies, like we have seen, not all of them are in the formal sector. Majority, and as the institutions, we know where they are. For example, some of them, if they have a site and I'm an electrician, they call the plumbers and then they do that job. So as institutions, we know where they are. If maybe we can provide this data of the students and where they are, those who have completed, the alumni, and then your debt collectors can follow them. I know the comrades will not like this, but again, the revolving fund will be self-sustainable. Thank you.
Let me start with Lydia's suggestion. Yeah. It's a very good suggestion. And you rightly said, most of your graduates are in the informal sector. And getting that data or even getting where they are is quite difficult. And if you can volunteer the data, the better. But let me clarify something. We don't take your name to the debt collectors unless it's a very, it's taken maybe more than 8 years and above for us to get where you are, since the grace period ended. So like newly graduated comrades, they should not worry that we list them with debt collectors. But all in all, we welcome that partnership with TVETs on telling us where their graduates are, their beneficiaries. The earlier they start repaying the loan, the better for them, by the way, because they'll avoid the interest growing and the penalties being levied on them. That one, I'll maybe tackle that together with what, was it Kasuka mentioned, this concern about being listed with the CRBs, because the beneficiaries are not repaying, and whether these comrades can get, maybe when they are going for jobs, whether we can assist them to get maybe a favorable, whether they can have compliance with that Chapter 6 of the Constitution. And this, I can say emphatically, we assist the comrades when they are looking for jobs, and this requirement is required. For example, during the grace period, if they've just graduated and within the grace period, they've been shortlisted for jobs, we'll definitely give them what we call a compliance certificate. It will just show that they are complying. It's just that the grace period has not ended. And secondly, when you've been shortlisted and you require this compliance certificate from Helb, and you're a comrade, we'll ask you to pay a very small figure to show that you've been complying for about 3 months. We'll ask you to pay even 1,500, and I'm sure even with fundraising, even with full lettering, you can get that 1,500, and we'll give you a compliance certificate. And this compliance certificate is eligible, is valid for 1 year. So within that 1 year, you can use that compliance certificate. So you don't have to worry about getting a compliance certificate if you are newly graduated or you've not worked for quite some time. There's the issue of refunds still from Kasuka. When they went to deposit those unutilized funds and they're being asked for the new e-slip, I mean for an e-slip. Yes, we changed the repayment mode. Maybe the information has not reached most of the TVETs. We tried as much as possible to communicate with all our institutions, all employers, all individuals, that all repayments have to go through this 22222 pay bill. But there's also another way of repaying through, what is that USSD code? Is it 642? 642. And then it will take you through the process. Maybe you've not done enough sensitization on this new e-citizen gateway, the PESAPAL payment system. And maybe, Kasuka, maybe after this you can see me. I can give you what we call the journey mapping on how to pay through the e-citizen. We have soft copies. Whoever wants, you can maybe register your names at our booth there, and we'll forward that guidelines on how you can go about it, and it will assist you. And then there was Kevin, the issue of loan repayment. This interest is of 4% per annum. This 4%, by the way, is for undergraduate loans that are what we called, maybe there's a figure there, but for undergraduate loans, because for those ones who are employed, the interest rate is different. And even for postgraduate loans, the interest rate is different. But you are worried that when repaying at this 4% and the person doesn't repay in good time, it will continue growing. But I want to inform you, there's this rule called in duplum rule, as the lawyers will call it. This means that whatever principal loan you are given, let's use an example of the total loan you are given was 100,000. What Helb should charge as loan recovery charges, that is interest, penalty, ledger fees, insurance fees, and so on, should not be more than 100,000, meaning the total loan you'll repay will be 200,000. Are we together? So Kevin, you don't have to to worry. If it reaches that limit and you are repaying, we will stop charging any further loan recovery charges. The other challenge is maybe you are repaying and your balance remained at 80,000. That in duplum rule will apply on that 80,000 when you stop repaying. So that way you might find you might pay more than the double of the principal loan you are awarded. So Kevin, I don't know, I hope that answers your question. So with those, I thank you for listening to me and for the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give better hands, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the question that was posed in one of the slides there had impact. We asked, how do we realize sustainable financing? And I think I can see people already coming up with ideas. Next time I need to find anyone, I'll speak to you guys. You're good at finding people. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to put good hands to welcome our chairman, the Helb chairman, the Right Honorable Ekwe Thuro is with us in the room. Good hands, please. And it is now my pleasure to invite Andrea Pizziconi, founder, CEO, Girls First. She's a social entrepreneur, angel investor, recording artist, songwriter, producer, urban developer, education reformer, chartered financial analyst. This afternoon, though, she's talking to us about holistic student loans for mental health, safeguarding, and success. She's earned it, so give her good hands. Thank you. Karibu.
Thank you so much. What a surprise intro. It is such a pleasure to be here with all of you today. It feels in many ways like coming home to a full circle. And this is because, you know, it might be hard to believe, but when we think about the journey of Girls First Finance, which is our parent company internationally, Girls First Kenya, which is our subsidiary here, I really see Helb and Charles Ringera as co-founders to us, because we came into Kenya to invest in university infrastructure. We have projects that do that. And along the way, it was Charles and his team and chairman who helped us to see the need for private partners, for a blended finance model that could fill in the gaps where Helb financing ends, but where all of your needs and the student needs still exist. And really co-creating together with them since 2019, with Helb sharing so much meaningful data, disaggregated gender data, various data about their young people, we were able to put together our best effort to say, how could we fill the gaps and come up with something that was scalable and private sector led, but complementary. And I feel honored and grateful to have the support of our government, who has been supporting Helb for so many years. We're grateful to have USAID and several other foundations among our group of investors. And so here we are, now meeting all of you, ready to present what together we have been cooking up with Helb and other partners here in Kenya over the last several years, which is now live and available to all of you. So with that, without further ado, let's start the presentation. Thank you. So we have, as you all understand, and as the students understand, we have a chicken and egg problem with financing whenever you leave the protective arms of Helb. And that is that the private sector is not really providing many student loans. There are some SACCOs or NGOs or others that provide a handful of loans, usually at subsidized interest rates, but never at scale. It's an area that the banks have not picked up to be of great interest for various reasons, perhaps because they feel it's not their role, and perhaps because students don't have credit history, and that is really the bank underwriting formula. But then the chicken and egg is, how do you get credit history if you've never had credit history? And so GFF, or GFK as we call the loans company, so to be clear, we are both the tech company and the loans company, thank you. We have introduced a product that looks at credit history as something that is not necessarily a precondition of extending financing. We look for other variables that have to do with behavior and personality to find those gritty and worthy and tenacious candidates. And what we do is, we're coming from a place of mission and impact. So when we became aware of the safeguarding issues and the harm that so many young people are subjected to when they can't pay their fees. And again, it really came from our friends at Helb, who showed us how many vulnerable young people are subjected to, horrible choices and not really choices when they don't have the funds. And even just practically speaking, and I know one of my colleagues from Helb spoke about this earlier, our surveys have shown us that upwards of 30% of young people drop out of TVETs just because they can't pay the exam fees. So what we realized is that we needed a loan product that provided all of the different expenses that were necessary to succeed during their education journey. And that was far more than just tuition. It's living expenses. It includes insurance and service support. They need to have a smartphone. We believe that a smartphone is the equivalent of a mosquito net for a young person. It is what they need to survive and thrive. We also, and part of our talk is to talk about mental health support, we have baked counseling into all of our loans. And in fact, by being able to offer something at scale in partnership with the Kenya Association of Professional Counselors, all of our borrowers and many of our users on the app now get access to mental health counseling for 500 shillings a session, which is about 20% of the market rate. Next slide. So what we did was, using a blended finance model that is both a charity and two different commercially sustainable ventures, we created a super app. And this super app is around 4 pillars that we identified through extensive focus groups and through our own lived experiences. I myself am a survivor. We looked at what were the 4 qualities that young women and young men, because we are girls first, but we're not girls only. 50% of our users and our borrowers are young men, and they love our platform just as much. So we looked at what are those 4 qualities, and those 4 qualities are: they need access to money, they need access to work, they need a safe network, a safe professional and social network, and they need safeguarding. They need resources that help them stay safe and out of harm's way, or folks that they can talk to when they feel that they are in harm's way, and these are critical. So we built, at this point, we have 10 features on the app, which you can see highlighted here, from a budgeting tool to a loan application, the crew captain, which is 3 peers that follow their journey and include following their budget so that they have support and eyes on their financial needs. We match them with mentors on our platform. We train those mentors and the mentees on our platform. We help them to build a resume on their smartphone. How do you get a job if you don't have a professional resume? How do you build a resume if you don't have a laptop? So we built it right on the smartphone, so you don't need a laptop to have a professional resume on our app. We also, we're launching Gig Gladiator, which will focus on 5 to 7 key silos of work that will help thousands of our young people to secure, at the very least, partial income, if not full-time income, in those verticals. Daily Dose is our content and news feed. A very popular part of it is actually our meditation app for prayer, worship, and also just mental health reflection. Oftentimes, because the guarantors of our loans join the app as well, sometimes the parents will end up using these services as well, and we welcome that. This is about building a community around every young person so that they feel seen and heard. So Meetups is another example where they build their own communities to create events and gather each other. Healthline, Wellness Warrior is the counseling. Healthline is a really exciting insurance product that we are launching in partnership. We can't announce the name yet, but it's a major private elite insurer here in Kenya and across Africa, the brand name, all of which you know. And they have come into the space with us to design products with empathy. We're very excited to be able to extend this low-cost insurance to all of our active users and their families, which will give them 2,000 shillings a day for hospital coverage, and also preventative health as well. And also safeguarding features, such as when you feel uncomfortable going to an authority, but you're in harm's way, and you just want to record it for yourself and keep it and own that data. You don't know when you might use it. Maybe some adult around you is behaving untoward to you, and you just want to document it for yourself. That's where Artemis comes in. And then we get to our partnership with all of you. So the purpose of this is really, what is the point of all of our journeys? Why are we all here? Because we believe in young people. We believe in empowering them. But if they come to school and they are hungry, or they are stressed, or they are being harmed, or they don't feel comfortable speaking up, then we're really only able to accomplish a fraction of our mission. We want them to take over and to become titans of industry and to lead us as productive citizens one day. So we have a limited period of time with them when we, as their educators, are in loco parentis to them. And during that time, we need to make sure that their education experience is stress-free. We did a survey of one of our TVET partners. We've gathered a lot of survey information from many of you over the course of the last 3 years. One survey that stuck out at me was, we asked about 25 young women how often they felt financially stressed to the point of depression or even suicidal ideation. In that survey, 100% said that they felt that way every day. And that for us is a wake-up call to say, we need a product that has the compassion. We need to answer what TVET, what Helb is saying to us, which is, private sector, come join us. These are your future employees. These are your future entrepreneurs and customers. You need to come help and invest in them now. So, next. We are willing to entertain long-term partnerships. We also structure them so that if the partnership doesn't work, it can be terminated. But we are looking to walk with all of you. We learned along the way how much bad debt many of you carry because you have taken on the mission of providing for young people so deeply that even when they come up short in their payments to you, you finance them anyway. And so what we tried to do with this product is give you stable, even hard currency pegged income, so that you can also smooth out your own financial, structures and start to actually fill your campuses. Many TVETs are operating below their physical capacity just because access to financing for students is scarce. We want to solve that problem. Next. So these are a couple of the benefits of these loans that we've put together. And I also want to emphasize that in addition to some of these other, the insurance benefits and whatnot, we bring the world, one of GFF's mottos is connecting girls to the world. And of course, we're girls first, not girls only, so it's young men too. But we try to connect the diaspora. We try to connect, obviously, our citizens in America and others who want to, have direct relationships and understand what is a lived experience here and to have that cultural exchange. I think Charles said earlier, and again, Charles is on our board, and he is my constant source of advice, as is chairman as well, but he talked about the need to be culturally appropriate. We feel that by creating a platform where cultures can meet eye to eye and they can exchange views and they can build friendships and relationships, that the benefit will be to the world. So we do that as well. I mentioned that we are able to pay TVETs in USD for those TVETs that want to be paid in USD. Our funding is coming from the US government, among other international investors and donors. And one of the benefits, putting back my real estate hat, is the fact that having those stable revenues from creditworthy sources like ourselves can help you with your other financing goals, like expanding your infrastructure. Thank you so much. But we want this to be a mutual relationship. So we do ask that our TVET partners also invest something so that we know that you are skin in the game and sticky to us as we will be to you. For every TVET relationship, we're going to invest tens of thousands of dollars on our side. So we want to make sure that you've invested in what we call the GFF clubs. We have 5 TVETs that were in our pilot, mostly from the YMCA. We are expanding that now. Eventually, we have, by the end of 2025, we need to put out 30,000 loans. So that means we need about 50 to 75 TVET partners total. And we're hoping that some of you in this room will ultimately come join us and become our partners. What we ask is that we learned from our TVETs, our existing TVET partners, that the GFF club is like the gateway. That's where the young people, they get to own their space, because so much of GFF is building a behavior change where they realize that their voice is democratized. Everybody's voice on GFF is equal, and this is where they can speak up with safety. Everybody's ID is verified before using the app, so we know who you are, everybody else knows who you are, and it encourages very positive behavior. And so what we ask is that you put a refundable deposit up just to ensure that you have the basics, access to Wi-Fi, that you're investing in your young people. If they need nominal data bundles, early on we realized that a lot of TVETs hadn't thought about the different ways that they could democratize access to digital products. And for some of our TVETs, as little as 50 BOP per week allows their young people enough Wi-Fi access to apply for the loan and meet the criteria, which we're going to get into. So we want to know that you're invested in that. We want to know that you have refreshments at your GFF club meetings so that everybody feels welcome and they're not hungry. And so that's one of the things we ask for next. But what we give in return is a longer loan tenor, not quite as long as Helb, because we are the private sector, so we have to stretch where the market is slowly. But we do have grace periods. We start with 3 months, but we have a few others for extraneous circumstances, including unemployment or injury. And 3 to 7 years, we found for the most part is transformative in terms of affordability for those loans. In terms of our interest rates, and this is very important to emphasize, we're on a mission to provide evidence to the private sector here in Kenya and other countries, especially the banks, that these GFFers, these young people, are credible, worthy customers that they should pursue well before they actually do later in life when they have businesses. So we therefore mirror the personal loan interest rates of conventional banks here in Kenya. And that is something that was adamant in the design and also with the US government and whatnot. So whatever that personal loan interest rate is, we mirror that. Also so that we're not competing with Helb, we really see Helb as part of that blended finance structure because it's a subsidized interest rate. Our goal is to expand with, with evergreen resources at scale. We then mirror that interest rate, which we checked. We noticed that 57% of our young people have taken mobile loans, Mshwari and what else, with interest rates of 8 to 10% a month, which is exorbitant and predatorial. And so, we see ourselves as far closer to the bottom of the spectrum of affordability. But then we also add further affordability checks, including the fact that we target 22% of their future estimated income. That's what their loan payment should be. That's comfortably affordable. The Kenyan market goes up to 30%, which is our absolute max. And we'll do that on a case-by-case basis. But we really target 22%. That's how we know that it's affordable. Thank you. This is our secret sauce. This is our inner circle. For every borrower, he or she, they have to have a mentor whom they find from the app, a wellness warrior, which is a counselor, a principal that endorses them, because we really partner closely with all of you and your campuses, a guarantor, which is either a parent or somebody designated from the community where the parent is unavailable, and then a crew of 3 peers. So there's been a lot of talk in the market about what is compassionate lending, compassionate loan recovery. And clearly, it is not going after everybody in your address book and pursuing them and telling them that you're in default of your loan. So what we've done instead is we've said, build your inner circle. Make sure that that inner circle knows that they are joining you for this journey so that they can help you to meet your loan obligations, and we will pursue that inner circle. So it's very hard to go AWOL when this is now your community around you, and we contact them just as we contact you. Then we have a collateral guarantee structure. So this is what's relevant for all of you, and this is one of the key terms that allows us to access financing at scale, starting with several millions of dollars, even in our pilot phase. What we do is we look to you and we say, we can finance all of your students that meet the eligibility. That's no problem for us. But what we ask is that you set aside, and we do it for you. Let's take a loan that is $150,000. That's about an average loan that we give. So of that $150,000, maybe tuition and whatnot is, let's say it's $100,000 for whatever reason. Then we'll say 20% of that loan amount is $30,000. You would otherwise get $100,000. We will give you upfront $70,000. And actually, we give it monthly, like we give to the students, just to make sure that interests are aligned. We'll hold back the $30,000 and we'll put it in escrow. When the student repays the loan, the $30,000 is released to you. And that just keeps you aligned with us. We want you to keep engaging with the students. We want you to push them towards graduation. We want you to care that they get a job. The other thing we do, which has been very exciting for our young people, is we lend them 10% extra. And that 10% extra that we lend them, we put it in a savings account for them. And we show it to them right on the app so that they can see the interest rates growing every day. That is their nest egg. That's their kitty. And when they pay back that loan, that money goes to them. For the young people, this has been transformative because now they realize that all along the way that they're repaying their loan, they're setting aside savings so that when it's time for them to start a business one day, they've got the cash collateral they'll need with a bank to be able to start that business. The other thing that we do is we positively report credit history to CRB. That was something that was very important to Charles. Again, how do these young people develop a credit history unless somebody reports that they've been responsible? So that's something that we do. And frankly, building a credit history for these young people is one of the most powerful things that GFF can do. We can give them that chance to go into a bank one day and say, here's my credit history, and it's positive. One thing we noticed that our GFFers obsessed over is when we made our credit scores live to them. So we're going to get to it right now. Hold on one second, let's see. Here we go. I am behind this. There we go. Thank you. So other than the KYC, which is pretty robust, and the ways that we communicate with the borrowers, which is constantly, and if you join our app, and some people in the room are already on our app, you'll see that the students are very active. The features of the app include full, our own version of WhatsApp and whatnot, so they've got group messaging, individual messaging, and they will reach out to you and contact you, and we will reach out and contact them to make sure that they're very sticky. I noticed in one of my colleagues' slides, they talked about the behavior of loan recovery and kind of building that sense of accountability. That is, again, our secret sauce, and that's definitely what we found has made a behavior change so significant in how they are proud to be a borrower. They don't see it as, oh, I wish I had a scholarship. They see it as, I was worthy, I worked hard, I went through several hoops, because it's not incredibly easy. You have to use the app to get a loan. Now they realize that they are already en route to being a productive citizen, a contributing citizen, and they love it. And one of the things they love the most is this idea of a credit score, which we're going to get into in a second. So let's talk about that credit score. Let's go to the next one. Thanks. So our credit score, one more slide through, just to keep up with time. Our credit score is not based on typical transaction history. We've built an alternative behavioral underwriting credit score. This means that it doesn't matter what your parents made, it doesn't matter that you've never had a loan. What matters is your personality, your behavior, your actions and engagement to act responsibly, to learn this positive borrowing behavior. So we look at how well you're networking on the app, because that's going to lead to helping you to get a job. We look at your employability. We have several factors, including what your resume looks like. We do a Big 5 personality test and a grit test, because much more reliant than grades, you'll see formal education is 10%, but grit is 15%. Because even more than your grades, it's your tenacity to finish that matters. That's really what we care about the most. And what we've learned is that our young people are really, really tenacious. We look at your mental health, because we know that positive borrowing is correlated with positive mental health. If you have been harmed in the past, you may have issues of trauma that need to be addressed. Funny enough, the counseling, and you can speak to some of our ambassadors and students that have used our app, the counseling is one of the most popular features on the app. We look at your financial literacy and how much you use the budgeting tool on the app. All of these go into our secret sauce of our credit score. Let's continue. And that credit score is something that they obsess over. The moment they had a chance, you know, conventional wisdom, and many of us will probably be thinking, oh, they're young people, they don't really care yet about their responsibilities, you know, when given a chance, they might run away with the money. We've seen so far, I can say, quite the opposite. When they could see their credit score inside the budgeting tool, we noticed that they checked it more than once a day. And when that score went down because they weren't using the app as much, we heard from them. They wanted to know exactly what they needed to do to get that score up. They are very competitive with the benchmark of their own positive success. So they're competitive with themselves, and it's incredible. So again, this just explains how we look at the different metrics. So, you know, their future employability. This is the salary range of the courses that they're going into, and we obviously gradate it. Go ahead, next one. We look at, you know, how much they read the articles on the app. So we have a feature called You Should Know, and it's actually all of the features that I described have You Should Know articles. And we see how often do they actually read those articles, because that's part of this lifelong learning mindset that we want to see. Next. We look at their big 5 personality traits. We want to see, are they conscientious? We want to see, do they make friends? You know, how many friends they have is going to contribute to, as we all know, it's your network that helps lead to many of your first employment opportunities, or especially if you're building a business. So we want to make sure that we see that they are extroverted enough to go get themselves out there and make friends. And then, are they tenacious? And so we have a grit test for that. And all of our IP comes from best in class. We've either purchased it from the best providers in the world, or we've gone with the best scientific research. Mental health studies are very clear. If you've been diagnosed with PTSD, you might have issues holding down a job or making sure that you maintain your financial obligations. So we address that. And then financial literacy is learning the budgeting. That's also a very popular feature on our app. One of the things that the feature does is it tells you when you're going to run out of money in the future, so that you can start to plan. And also it tells your community that, so that your community knows you might be in harm's way. And I want to talk about that for a second, because we did a survey over the last year and a half, I guess a year at this point. That survey collected data from thousands of young women in East Africa, and mostly in Kenya. One of the shocking outputs that we learned was that 80% of those young women, and 400 of the respondents, so it was about 10% of the respondents that were men, 80% of the respondents said that they had been sexually pressured at least once, mostly related to education, half within the last 12 months. So that for us was a wake-up call. That meant that this is really, providing loans is not just a nice to have. Making sure that we can finance all of their needs is really life and death to many of them. And nobody knows that better than the team at Helb, and particularly Charles. He always reminds me of just the young people that are reaching out, asking for something better and for more support. And so this is an example of now, when we look at the next few slides, are around what, I'm going to catch up with this wonderful person in the back that's keeping me on time. So these are the things that, if you partner with us, that you can do to help them. Help them with their bios. Everybody gets to present themselves to the world. Their profile picture, their bios, they matter a lot. You can tell straight away if somebody is like upward moving and ambitious just by their bio, and you can help them with that. Keep going. We ask that our TVET partners give us a starter kit of mentors. We will be extending certain benefits to mentors, including the insurance and certifications and some, social prestige promotion. But we ask that our TVET partners start by saying, here is 50 or 100 mentors in our immediate community to just bring us to scale with the loans quickly. Next. Help them to network amongst each other to build their crews. They cannot get a loan without that mentor, the crew, the wellness warrior. So it's really important that they have that environment where they talk to their peers and they share their problems and they share their successes. Please. The budgeting is everything, and you can just encourage them to, we obviously send them nudges and whatnot, and what we found is that they maintain their budgets themselves. They're pretty excited about that feature. Go ahead. Sometimes, it's hard when you don't have a smartphone to then get onto the app and use it. We found they've been pretty tenacious to find other ways, but we are looking for some TVET partners to work with us and be innovative in how we extend smartphone loans even before they get an education loan. That's very important. Or to create, smartphones on campus that they can use to at least build their credit score to a certain minimum. Some of them, we found we have a lot of orphans on our app, and at times the principal needs to come in and help the orphans identify a guarantor. So far we have not found a single borrower that has not been able to find a guarantor in their community, but sometimes we need the principals to help us. Keep going. Next. Thank you. This was something that was a revelation for us. Many young people, their journeys end just because they can't afford to pay the exam fees for secondary school. And so they have debt already before they go to a TVET. And because they don't have formal transcripts, they are not allowed to seek admission. We accept their informal transcripts, and we look for the TVETs to know their young people. And we found that that has been transformative as a first step. Longer term, we want to look at how we can engage with secondary schools to make sure that no young person is left behind because of childhood debt. Carry on. And then here we've got, let me carry forward, that this is, to help them understand that credit history, if you don't have credit history, increasingly in Kenya, and I know this is a deep passion for Charles Ringera and others, if you don't have credit history, you can't get a business loan. And so helping them to understand how this is going to unlock so many other opportunities for them it's really important. We will also be there to lend them for their businesses if they have a positive repayment history with us. So we're there to give them that top-up loan if they've shown us creditworthiness already. Next. And then what's most important is that they understand their legal obligations. This is part of being an adult and being a contributing citizen. Our content team is phenomenal at breaking things down into easy language to understand, and we look for our TVET partners to reinforce that messaging and work with them accordingly. So we are now open for business beyond our pilot to scale. We have a strong mandate from our government to look for TVET partners like all of you. We will want to do a due diligence process. These are some of the things that we will look to see that you have in place or that you have a plan to put in place. We are looking for TVETs that, for the most part, have a capacity for at least 200 students. But if you're just under that, we'll talk to you. The key thing to emphasize is that we believe in this community lending model, this kind of special inner circle behavioral lending model. We have enough resources to satisfy all of your needs, and we feel that it's important that the young people start to understand what commercial terms that have a bit more compassion wrapped around them look like, because that's what they're going to face for the rest of their entrepreneurial or productive industrial lives. So with this, I think, last slide. Let's go to the last slide. We're here to answer questions, to partner with all of you. I can't express enough how grateful I am for all of the government ministries and parastatals and TVETs to date that helped us shape the right product that we need. And from here, we're really looking forward to seeing how much we can help these young people turn on the switches and take command of their future themselves by being accountable with these blended finance loans. And with that, I hand it back to see if there are any questions. Thank you. Does anyone want to kick off with a question? We're here to learn. Gentleman in the back. And I think I've got 2 meaningful questions. That's what we've got time for in order to get ourselves back on track.
Thank you very much. I'm George Makoha from Kisiwa, TTI. This is a very revolutionary product, and I want to thank you for developing this. However, I have a positive and some negatives, if you might call them like that. The positive first. I like the way you are judging the criteria for deciding who gets the loan. I think that is pretty revolutionary, and I want to urge the people in Helb also to look at that. They should not be looking at the parents' salaries to decide how much money students should be getting. I think your criterion is pretty revolutionary. Now, where they are not so positive. One is, I'm seeing girls. Why only girls? It doesn't, boys are not, they are not captured or what? And then the other thing which I'm also seeing is, about the colleges putting up money. That again might be difficult. But otherwise, thank you for a revolutionary product.
Thank you so much for that feedback. We appreciate you.
I'm being also reminded that the interest rate is not very clear. Is not very clear, or it's too high. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's answer all three. So first of all, we agree with you that your past experience with poverty should have nothing to do with your future potential. That's very important to us. In fact, if anything, what we found is that those who come from humble backgrounds are budgeting their daily budget and the daily means that they have very, very carefully. There's quite a bit of responsibility that doesn't get captured in the current formal system. So we appreciate that you like that. In terms of why we are girls first, I have an answer for that. This is about mindset shift. When there's so much exploitation that's happening, and so much of it, and this is a global issue, this is not an issue just in Kenya. You know, Sponios, Wababas, we have sugar daddies. Uganda, they have ancestors. In South Africa, they have blessers. When that system, somebody earlier was talking about take away rice and not bringing leftovers back with you. You know, when we have a system where that is socially accepted, we need to be clear to signal a change. And part of the reason why some of those systems, and again, in America, it affects millions of young women, what we realize is that because so much of society is boys first, and nobody has questioned that, we needed to trigger a conversation by making ourselves girls first. So I have made the commitment to the 50% of our users who are young men who love our product anyway, that when society is not so boys first, we will consider rebranding. Until then, we like that it sparks the conversation. We think that it makes our young men think about their place and what they could do to help their sisters and friends. And what we found is that we're building a cohort of allies, very compassionate protectors of the girl child. And we're very excited and grateful for that. So for now, Girls First seems to be doing the job of igniting that conversation about the needs of the girl child and how we need to sometimes make sure that they realize that they are the first priority in the room. And that doesn't mean that other people can't benefit the same, but you know, our space is you know, first girls. In terms of the interest rates, this is something that is very important in the design for this reason. We're all here because there's a lack of financing, right? The government doesn't have enough financing, you don't have enough financing, donors don't have enough financing. Charitable, subsidized financing is finite. And what is not as finite is the demand from our young people to seek a better future and to get an education. So we are constrained by the reality that the only way that this can be a scalable model that goes across all of the hundreds of thousands of young people that have needs, not just here in Kenya, but then the millions and hundreds of millions of young people across Africa, is if we get the banking sector involved. And if we get the banking sector involved, the only way we can is if we can't get them to get out of bed other than the interest rates that they charge others. They simply won't do it. And if we show them our positive default rates, when the time comes and we've seasoned them and we've had enough track record, and that interest rate is, say, 10%, well, that student loan provider went under. Many of you probably know that provider. It was because it was too subsidized. They couldn't scale. And the reality is that the banks looked at them and said, yeah, well, you're 10%, so that's fine for you and your donor governments, but that won't work for us. And our goal is to make sure that the banks of Kenya, across Africa, the Global South, and frankly, across the world, understand that the youth are the best customers that they have. And if they finance them during this vulnerable period where their alternative is potentially harm, they will be loyal to them as customers forever. So that's why we stick to this interest rate. It's to make sure that we can absolutely create a product of scale. Another question? Or comment from anybody? Gentleman right there in the white shirt in the middle. Oh, I think, yep, you, yep, go ahead. Oh, sorry, gentleman, I'm sorry, I missed you, so. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mika Wabwile Mangeni, a student leader from the Bungoma National Polytechnic. First of all, I wish to appreciate your time on stage. It has been of great importance to me. And my concern is just to welcome you to our school, because I'm leading a majority of my girls, my students, our students at the Bungoma National Polytechnic are young mothers. And unlike the Helb, your platform offers a chance for loanees to save. So if you can come and invest with us so that our beneficiaries of your loan, at the end of repaying their loan, they will have saved to begin a business. It will be so much beneficiary to us. And also, I'd like to request you to maybe have offices that will be coming to our institutions to create awareness, because so many people are not technology averse. So accessing the app may be difficult for them, but if you come, it will be beneficial to us. Especially from me, I would like to request you to kindly come to my school if you can make in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your feedback. We really appreciate your interest in GFF, especially from the student perspective. I forgot to mention, and thank you for teeing this up, that really the bread and butter of our team and how we've been able to get thousands of young people on the app already is our cohort of ambassadors. So whenever we sign a partnership with the TVET, we hire a few of the most active and engaged young people within that school to become GFF ambassadors. And then they work across with our OG ambassadors who have graduated from TVETs, and they become the kind of pipeline of engagement. And then they really take over. You know, in many ways, our ambassadors are running our company. And the kinds of feedback that we get that I find to be the most encouraging, when I think about the messages that I get, what makes me the most humbled is when I see, coming from both our male and female users, our organization, our GFF, because the young people really feel that they own it. And in fact, one of our ambassadors right here is Maureen, and Rafaela is somewhere in the room. I'll see where Rafaela is. Maureen, can you raise your hand? There we go. And is Rafaela here somewhere, or is she back at the booth? Or there she is. Rafaela's in the back, so you can see Rafaela. So Rafaela and Maureen just graduated from their TVET in November. One was valedictorian, the other was class speaker. I'm not going to claim any credit, but I'm just saying they were using the GFF app for over a year. and we're very, very proud of the young people that are active. So currently with our pilot, we have about 12 young people working for us. We've put in our budget to have several hundred. So one of the things we would do is when we engage with you, and my team, Purity is here as well, Purity Karlovia, who's actually on our credit team. So we would have our team engage with you, and we would identify who your super users are within your community, and they would become GFF ambassadors. And that's how we'd make sure that you always have contact with us. And pretty soon, I was in Kisumu for the first time. We have a very active community in Kisumu, YMCA. Hundreds of young people showed up. We had never met them, and yet we all felt like we had known each other for so long because we had been engaging together on the app. And hearing their voice, hearing the fact, I mean, you know how these things go where you have a meeting with young people. Usually the adult is the one doing the talking, but actually in that meeting, I sat right there and for an hour just listened to all of the students passing the mic, telling me all of the things that they wanted more of on the app, all of the things they wanted changed on the app, how the app had affected them, how GFF was affecting them. It was really humbling. And so we look forward to your campus taking up the flame as well and engaging with these other TVET campuses together. I mean, we really feel that by democratizing the young person's voice, we can be a force for incredible change around the world. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that, just how much sustainable higher education finance depends so much on how well we work together, right? Yeah, and that was very thoughtful of that gentleman. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Titus Yego, who'll speak to us for just about 15 minutes on disability mainstreaming. He is Chief Disability Services Officer from the National Council for Persons with Disability. And as he comes, I'd like us to stand up a bit. Please, let's stand. And what I'm going to ask you is, each time I count, I'd like you to look at a different side, okay? So say 1, 2, 3, 4. So you look at whatever random side. It doesn't have to be on any particular order. But then, at a moment, when you find that your eyes locked with somebody else, the two of you can sit down. No cheating. No cheating, okay? No cheating. We're good? We're ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of you are cheats. Every one of you. Please, welcome.
Afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, let me make introductions about myself. I'm Titus Yego. I work with National Council for Persons with Disability in Nairobi, and I'm in charge of a program, education assistance program at the council. Therefore, I was asked to facilitate inclusivity in TVET institutions, and I will be very fast because of the time and the sugar levels. So I have divided into two parts. So the first part is programs towards inclusivity, and this one must be done by the institutions. And then the second one is educational assistance that is provided by the government. Therefore, I will start with the first one. I'm happy to have met colleagues that we were together at Moi University Technology Education. I'm also a teacher by profession. And it happens that most of my colleagues are trainers in several technical institutions, and I'm happy. Number one, within your institutions, I have divided it into two. Within your institution, provide accessible built environment. Make sure that built environment within your institution is disability friendly. Just like this podium here, we have a ramp. And also, we discourage the use of the word slippery flow. You know, you have persons with disabilities, with difficulties in the movement. So sometimes you have to make your flow to be comfortable for everyone. Unajua hata watu wengi wameanguka mpaka wame lose meno simply because of the slippery what? Flow. Whether you have a disability or not, you are a candidate. So make sure that that one is done within your institutions. Also, provide reasonable accommodation to for appropriate modification and adjustment. What I'm trying to say here is that we cannot dismantle all the buildings, but you have to provide reasonable accommodation. Sometimes you have building with 2 or 3 stories that it might be architectural problem to redesign it and even put a ramp or something like that. So in such a scenario, what you need to do is that you provide reasonable accommodation. You can have those learners with difficulty in movement attending their classes at the basement. I remember when we were at the university, Chief Koilel campus there, we had some lecture halls around 2 kilometers or 1 kilometer far away, and we were 2 with disability. And I remember that those days we had no desks on those lecture halls, so you had to carry chair from one place, from one lecture room to another. And I want you to imagine that kind of trauma. And I understand that maybe even in your technical institutions, they are not disability friendly, so you make those reasonable accommodation. Number 3 is that you need to provide learner support assistance. And I've been hearing our MC. Our MC sometime anasema, haya, let us count, tusimame kwanza. You know, we have some people who cannot stand. So you have to modify. You have to modify and say this way, those with legs stand. And those who cannot stand, stand in spirit. Unajua atasimama kama ameketi chini, si ndio? You stand in spirit. Sasa ukisema stand, I'm not able to do what? To stand. I count 1, 2, 3. I should be, maybe my hands are immobile because of cerebral palsy or something like that. So you should say, you should also be doing that in spirit. Yani, si ndio? In absence of your hands. So kama kungekuwa na zawadi, unaona people who are able can easily get those particular benefits. So mumeacha mtu mwenye mkono yake anataka kuweka, but shida ni nini? Hawezi inua, si ndio? Na ameinua by the way, na alikuwa anafanya hiyo yote, alikuwa anapata hiyo continuously like that. So you provide learner support assistance. For example, braille transcribers, persons with visual impairment should also provide sign language interpreter, just like I was seeing one seated here and doing a commendable job from Helb. Also, you need to constitute a working disability mainstreaming committee. You need to be having a serious disability mainstreaming committee within your institution. That is our entry point. Issues to do with affirmative action within the technical institutions can be addressed by that particular committee, and you need from time to time to be consulting National Council for Persons with Disability so that by the end of the day, your institution can be disability friendly. We also have provision of assistive devices. Ensure that your organization should be having even a wheelchair. Should be having a wheelchair so that if you get a person or a student without a wheelchair and wants to access a certain service, you can be there to assist them. Another one, equal opportunities. Equal opportunities means that if you have any scholarship, if you have any benefit that is associated with trainees, trainees within your institution, you need to provide that aspect of inclusion. You should also develop disability mainstreaming policy for your institution. It's a requirement that you need to have a disability mainstreaming policy. If you don't have one, you can contact us so that we can do an expertise work. Also resources, you need to deploy resources equitably. The reason why I'm saying that is that so that Disability Mainstreaming Committee can now have some funds to facilitate certain accessibility processes. For example, you want to design a ramp in a place or to have a washroom that is disability friendly, sometimes funds are not there. So you are required to have resources equitably distributed. You also need to seek collaborations. And the collaborations which I'm saying here is that you can seek collaborations with other partners that assist learners with trainees with disability. For example, you can partner with National Council so that we might supply you with assistive devices and other appropriate technologies that can assist trainees with disability, that kind of collaboration. So points that you take home is that ensure that built environment is disability friendly. Another take home is that ensure that you allocate resources equitably so that learners with disability can also enjoy some facilities around. Also, you should adhere to building, construction, accessibility, and safety standards. We need the upcoming buildings to be disability friendly always, so that the ones that has got a problem are those ones that were designed 1963 or 1950 or 1924. But for 21st century, all the buildings should be accessible and it should be disability friendly. So you make sure that, I know we have principles around here, and you need to see that. You also need to protect disability trainees with disability from any form of violence and any form of stigma and any form of discrimination, even prejudices. Like somebody can say that, sasa wewe una mkono utafanya engineering. I'm an automotive teacher, by the way. Automotive, I need a machine that can assist me so that when I press, the engine comes up and I can be able to dismantle using less energy. In fact, indeed, without energy. You see that? So that we are not saying that Yego cannot do engineering. Because, or if even others can say Yego cannot teach engineering, let him teach mathematics. Juu sasa wanaanza kunihurumia. And you are there instead of giving appropriate technology. You are a technical institution. You need to invent. You need to invent some technologies which assist persons with disability to live comfortably and even learn comfortably within those particular institutions. Finally, as a government, we are a government institution. We have a very good program that we started with the Helb. We are giving out scholarship in conjunction with the Helb. And we want to thank Helb for that initiative through the chairmanship of Mheshimiwa. Before, we used to offer scholarships. And I've been a county officer for a very long period of time, and I have a lot of experience. We've been giving out bursaries to learners with disability. And over time, we were not able to account for appropriacy of using the public funds, because I remember we had an institution in Eldoret. Unajua sasa sisi hatujuangi gani imekuwa accredited, gani ingine tu ikaerupt na inasema it's offering a certain curriculum to trainees who are deaf. Deaf wakajaa huko. And I'm an advocate for the deaf, by the way, because I have low hearing. So I assisted them to access funds from the council. I remember they were 20 in number. Basari kidogo kidogo ya 20,000. The following day imefungwa. Vile walishika check. Imefungwa. Kumbe haiko accredited, haiko known. Ukitafuta kwa database ya Ministry of Education, hakuna kwa database, unaambiwa mulipeana pesa tu kwa nini. So we approached Helb for that matter, because Helb has been administering funds. I'm a beneficiary. So they've been administering funds equitably and appropriately to deserving learners and maybe trainees with disability. So we entered into service agreement with them for the purposes of administering this scholarship. So I'll say that National Council for Persons with Disability, we also issue scholarship to trainees with disability, but we select. We are using the facility of the Helb Mesh MTI, it's called MTI, to distribute those funds and even identify for us the most needy. We always sponsor 147 learners or trainees with disability. So as you go back to your institution, we expect that now pressure increases, so that we are also advising the board to increase the funds. So first cohort, we facilitated their scholarship last year with the Helb. And the disbursement was successful, unless we have some small issues. Maybe students with disability who are present might raise, but I know that we have dispersed those. We dispersed ourselves to help, and Helb dispersed to beneficiaries. So that is it. So we target TVETs, vocational and rehabilitation centers, and also those ones pursuing higher education, such as a bachelor's degree, so 147. The MTI was able to select beneficiaries for secondary university, select for TVET, and select for vocational and rehabilitation. So this year, we shall be releasing money, and I think it's in the pipeline, maybe, by the end of 2 weeks. Beneficiaries, if you are a beneficiary and you are here, funds will be dispersed in the next 1 week. We're in the process now of transferring the funds to Helb, so that you benefit. That is it. How to access these funds? We have a technical working group where I'm the chair, and we have some staff for Helb. We are around 6 in that technical working group where we are seeing the needs and even discussing the fund. So this one is very important, how to access. I think how to access, yes. This one is very important, this one. You must be registered. Hata kama una limbu na mguu, you must be registered. The reason why I'm saying you must be registered by National Council is that Helb picks database from us. So we are using their platform. So their platform should be able to read in tandem our database. And our database is very credential. So that you might say, I'm a person with disability, na sijakubali. So that one is illegal, sindio? So you must be registered. Number one, very important. And the process of registration I will highlight later on. And you must have been enrolled. I know that one you know. You must have a student profile account. You must have student profile account with the Helb. The last point is very important. That when you are creating the student profile account with the Helb, use same credentials that you use during the process of registering, number one. That's why I'm saying number one and number last there is very important, is that, you know, students, before they join college, wanatumia birth certificate to register NCBWD card. Aya, akikuja ku create profile with the Helb account, anatumia ID. So, akitumia ID, when you want to populate disability details, haitapick, because the two are different. The two registration documents are different. The other one is birth certificate, the other one is ID. So kama umetumia ID pale, tumia ID wapi? Chini, ku create profile. Kama umetumia birth certificate, utumia nini? Birth certificate, to create the profile. Is it possible to create student profile using the birth certificate? So if it is possible, then the two must tally. However, for other benefits, I know when you have the ID, you can access the scholarship from Helb point of view. When you use birth certificate, you cannot access some loan. I think some loan or something. So if you are a person with disability, trainee with disability, and you have ID, it is easier to change credentials from our side. You come to us so that we can reformat registration details to include your ID. That is why during application recently, you found out that even if the parent has got a disability, for example, mwanafunzi akiweka parents details ako na disability, our database was not merging. It was not merging. So even the parents advised them to use correct credentials while registering for the disability card or disability certificate. Nowadays, we call it disability certificate. We are no longer issuing disability cards. So frequency of application, the frequency of application, we normally made a call once per financial year, salary moja. Na hiyo call, we normally make it, or make that call September, every September. So Helb wakifungua yao, tunangojea wafunge, alafu tufungue yetu. So what tunangojea yao, so that we get those ones who are needy, but they were not selected by Helb, so that we can now compensate for them. Applications are made online from Helb platform. So we normally make a call using all the means that we have, social platforms and the others. And then disbursement is made once a year. Finally, I think this one is the final one. For registration, how do you register? You might be having the old card. The system will not recognize you. Nowadays, through the advice of the president, he said that all the services should go the e-citizen way. So our services are available at e-citizen platform, you will find the National Council for Persons with Disability. Then from that icon you click, you have two platforms there. So the first platform is individual registration, and then the other one is for tax exemption. So for individual registration, you need to have current medical assessment that is signed by the County Director of Medical Services. County Director of Medical Services. We are no longer taking it to Avia House. So within that county, you do assessment, medical assessment, and then you get the medical assessment form. Then you do self-registration. You go to eCitizen, you log in, icon for National Council for Persons with Disability, the platform for individual registration, you upload 3 documents there. You upload medical report in PDF. You upload ID in PDF, both sides, same page. And then finally, you upload a very good photo in JPEG, JPEG. JPEG. Should be a photo. Should not be PDF, it should be JPEG. Then you wait for 7 days, then you submit. You wait for 7 days, it will be approved by the National Council, and then you get disability certificate through the same platform. So you just print or you download, and then that one will be your disability certificate. So all of them now, if you have the old card, then you need to visit eCitizen and get re-registered afresh. People are saying, why are we registering afresh? Because we want a very clean database now through the eCitizen platform. So those are some of the basic things about inclusivity. So inclusivity means services that is offered by the government to persons with disability, and at the same time, services that institutions program for the benefit of inclusion, including built environment and all of those aspects. The issue is we don't want to leave anyone behind. In fact, even I was discussing with the Helb, and I was telling them they need also to fund learners or trainees with disability accessing training skills in vocational and rehabilitation centers. Those ones when you are memaliza, I don't know, those ones with mental challenges, they need also to be accessing some services from your platform. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yego. And yes, I am very well guided. Now I'll take care of the guys who are standing up in spirit and supporting us in other ways. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our, what should have been our morning session. Yeah. And yes, you'll ask questions. I want to make an appeal that we have in the afternoon a very you-looking session. In the afternoon, we're just looking to listen to you. So if you allow me, I want to very kindly request you to come in good time. We are losing so much time between the breaks. So if you come in good time, you enable me not to be a bad man. Okay? So please enable me, facilitate me to be a good man so that I give everybody a chance to air their views. So if you agree with me, please write your questions down. And let's meet here right after lunch so that we can engage further. As you walk out, please remember to pick your meal cards. Lunch is served right out there at the gazebos, at the garden, right? You'll have lunch there. And if you find anything desperately looking for its owner, whether it's a phone, a porch, whatever it is, there are people who've already reported a number of things that they've misplaced or lost or that have lost them. If you find anything desperately looking for its owner, please drop it at the registration desk and we will hand it back. Thank you so much for your cooperation. See you soon. We are back here in 42 minutes. We're back here in 42 minutes, please. See you soon. Yeah, feel free to use this door as well. You can pick your meal cards from this side as well, so that we don't overcrowd the other door. There's another door at the front.
Education, on the other hand, is not available so well. And if you go back to countries like Germany and Austria, they have a technical program where when kids come out of high school, they either go into the technical side or they go into a more formal side. And we have basically taken that example and trying to use the knowledge that we have and the expertise we have to train young underprivileged kids to become technically efficient. And in this way, by giving them that skills, they can go out and earn a living.
It was easy for me to concentrate on education because when you are helped on funding, actually you do your best and you become the best to show also the funders that you can and they are doing the best job also to help you.
We have about 60% of our students get employed directly in the course they had studied. Then maybe 20%, since we insist on entrepreneurship, they start small businesses, and that helps them to be able to employ others.
Each corporate, each company looks at it and say, how can I give back? How can I serve the market? Because the more you serve the market, the better your environment becomes.
Higher Education Loans Board, empowering dreams.
And we're back with March Sadness. And the team is
Positioning for advantage, and people fight to thrive. Education is the ultimate advantage. No, the ultimate disadvantage.
If somebody denies you education, they have denied you everything. But if somebody gives you education, they have given you everything except a ticket to heaven.
In Kenya, everything is at stake for thousands of students unable to raise money for their education. Will they become the next victims of an economic dispensation that is swallowing the unprepared?
My father passed away when I was in standard 7, so I did not have somebody that could support to further my studies. So after 18 years, when I heard the former president, Mwai Kibaki, declaring free secondary, I felt an urge to join secondary. I used to drop out of school probably 1 year to look for the upkeep of my family first.
In Kijabe, I came in 2015. So I used to work like a housekeeper. And then that's where I came now my dream to join School of Nursing. And I didn't even have any money to join the school. And the school fees was 263,800. And I used to be paid only like 12,000. So I was wondering, where will I get money?
You know, by the time I finished my secondary school education, I had a balance of almost 100,000. So I had to work so that I can pay the balance. In fact, I was working at a workshop whereby I was paid 200 shillings per day. So I used to save that money to reduce the fee balance that I had.
I had fee challenges because I had just joined KU and I was thinking of calling off my studies.
The vision to sustain and improve the historical advantage that Kenya has enjoyed over the years is fueled by continuous development of human capital. the progress of individuals like Isaac, Boaz, Samson, Callistus, and millions of others like them. The vision has, through the history of our nationhood, been shouldered by the Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, a state corporation whose mandate is to source for funds and provide loans, scholarships, and bursaries to Kenyans studying in recognized institutions of higher learning.
The vision of HELB is to be able to finance everyone that is seeking a loan to advance themselves by way of higher education.
Over the years, transition from secondary to tertiary education has greatly improved. In addition, over 1,500 TVET colleges have been established in the country over the past decade. These developments have led to increased demand for higher education finance, with government financing fully stretched.
We have a funding gap of about 4.9 billion. If actually we don't get a form of financial intervention this year only, we are looking at about 94,000 students who have already expressed interest in terms of being funded, going without any funding for this year.
At the Higher Education Loans Board, the thought of young people missing out on education, the possibility of lives being wasted and families getting trapped in a vicious cycle, has led us to reimagine our vision of universal financing for higher education in Kenya.
Guys, wait, important message. First of all, I'm Rory Reid and you're watching Auto Trader. Here's why you need to subscribe.
It's very simple. On Auto Trader, we show you the very latest cars. Cars for the family, cars for adventure, cars for showing off in, cars to make your life easier, and cars that just plain blow your mind. We bring you road tests, track tests, drag races, epic challenges, and we never, ever hold back.
Hell, I think we got away with it.
Hit that subscribe button and come join the fun.
Mobilized 1.5 billion shillings from 40 partners who share in this vision.
So we started with a small partner fund of USAID, and we were trying to get into a space that we have never been before, that is educating the healthcare workers, that is the nurses who are, work behind the doctors, because for every doctor you require about, 10 nurses.
Help of these partners, we have made it possible for over 50,000 more students to attain higher education over the past 9 years. Our resource mobilization initiatives target specific economic sectors guided by various economic policies. Some of the sectors for which we have mobilized resources include health, maritime, legal, communication, finance, engineering, and water and sanitation. In the health sector, Afya Elimu Fund was set up to increase the number of middle-level health workers in the country.
These students, once they graduate, they're available, as I've said, to provide services for health work, for the health services in some of the remote areas. Talking about the northern frontier, the coastal region, where really we have had shortages for a long time in the country. And so with their presence there, it has really helped, especially when it came to COVID. We saw a demand for health workforce in some of these regions, and the pool was already available. The health workers who had graduated from Afya Elimu were already available.
In addition to Afya Elimu Fund, medical training institutions are also partnering with us, establishing funds that enable a smooth academic journey for their students.
When we started the college in 2012, we already had a problem knowing that the community we're in might not be able to access or be able to come to this college. So when we made Help in 2014, for us it was connection the first time, and we made the details. And I remember the following year when we had our graduation, we invited them to come and we handed them a check of 1.2 million shillings. And from that humble beginning, right now we have, I would say, a portfolio with the help of about 24 million shillings, which we are hoping that in that revolving fund, it will be able to help more and more students.
We looked at ways where we can still have these economically challenged students and still meet their obligation in terms of settling the school fees because it's needed. We have to give them and use money to train them. So we sought help with Helb, and so far, so good. So many students have benefited from the fund, and we can only look forward for a brighter future, brighter partnership.
We partnered with the Kenya Maritime Authority to set up the Maritime Education and Training Scheme, or METS Fund, a loan product covering academic, proficiency, and competency courses. Together, we are empowering a pool of local experts for the blue economy.
To achieve this national goal, we must undertake a lot of partnerships. There are government structures that have been in place. And one of the government structure under training is creation of Helb, which is handling the different capacity building in the country in different ways. And the maritime aspect was not covered under that program. So we suddenly decided that for us to support Kenyans who are willing, who have the passion, who have the drive to enter into maritime sector job and handle the maritime sector functions, then we need to create a kitty, if you call it, that people can apply for loans in those, go for training and train. Once they get jobs, just like the other part of Europe in the industry, repay that kind of loan so that it becomes available, helpful to the Kenyans.
We aspired to be able to place the blue economy where it's on self-drive, light a fire that can never be put off. And I think we are getting there. That, when you begin to get to see the sector getting integrated into our national economic plans, when you begin to see programs that deliberately target to develop the sector, then you begin to see that the sky is the limit.
When Helb came, when it came for validation, Helb really helped so many people to validate their documents.
Kenya School of Law Tuition Loan supports students pursuing the Advocates Training Program, while law students sitting for their bar examinations for the first time can apply for the Helb Bar Examination Loan, rolled out in partnership with the Council of Legal Education, CLE.
So we are in year 1 of implementation, and we had 163 students who benefited. Because of that, there was a big reduction in the number of students who defer. Usually, when they apply, we send them admission letters, which have the fees that they need to pay, and we've been getting in the past a number of students that end up saying I have to defer because I can't afford the fees. This year, almost all of them were able to register, so there was only a tiny amount who weren't able to register because of fees.
Our resource mobilization initiatives for the engineering students help increase national productivity by producing market-ready technicians and stimulating entrepreneurship.
Formal education is really well established in Kenya, with many universities that have cropped up all over Kenya. Technical education, on the other hand, is not available so well. And if you go back to countries like Germany and Austria, they have a technical program where when kids come out of high school, they either go into the technical side or they go into a more formal side. And we have basically taken that example and trying to use the knowledge that we have and the expertise we have to train young underprivileged kids to become technically efficient. And in this way, by giving them their skills, they can go out and earn a living into the market.
We have about 60% of our students get employed directly in the course they had studied. Then maybe 20%, since we insist on entrepreneurship, they start small businesses, and that helps them to be able to employ others.
It was easy for me to concentrate on education because when you are helped on funding, actually you do your best and you become the best to show also the funders that you can, and they are doing the best job also to help you.
It's Friday and things are looking
Or even 37. Mama Steve ndo huwa anajua vile huwa anaweza kusaidia mtu kufanya michango za school fees Twende sahi. Mapema ndio best. Steve.
Ni nini? Simu kila wakati? Mom. Ile kitu wanaongelea hapa hivi naona kama tutakuwa tumesotiwa. Tuko ndani msee. Umechekia website kwa group? Ndio nilikuwa nafuatilia hii convo but sijashika inawaka aje. Oya, ini portal ya get do both scholarship na loans. Na zote za gava. So tuko ndani bro. Ndio nakwambia. Seti nini ama nini? Haya. Oya.
Ni nini basi pia sisi tu celebrate? Serikali inapeana loans kwa college na universities.
Kumbe maskini tumetoboa.
Kuja hapa nyote wewe kuja wewe. Hata wewe pia kuja hapa.
Hii story inaisha September 7th. So, jaza fomu yako sahi kwa Cyber, Huduma Center, ama atakuwa tenje, ingia www.hef.co.ke. Yo, umesotiwa? Uko fiti? Steve! Ni nini? Simu kila wakati? Mom, Ile kitu wanaongelea hapa hivi naona kaa tutakuwa tumesotiwa. Tuko ndani msee. Umechekia website kwa group? Ndio nilikuwa nafuatilia hii convo but sijashika inawaka aje.
Oya, ini portal ya get do both scholarship na loans. Na zote nza gava.
So tuko ndani bro.
Ndio nakwambia.
Si ati nini ama nini? Haya.
Oya.
Ni nini basi pia sisi tu celebrate?
Serikali inapeana loans kwa college na universities.
Kumbe maskini tumetoboa. Kujeni hapa nyote, wewe kuja wewe. Hata wewe pia kuja hapa.
Hii story inaisha September 7th. So, jaza fomu yako saa hii kwa Cyber, Huduma Center, ama hata kwa Tenje. Ingia www.hef.co.ke. Yo, umesotiwa? Uko fiti?
Shilingi 1400 school fees ya university. Purity, tutafanya nini sisi? Si nilifikiria serikali wa inasimamia.
Wazazi, sasa kuna design gava wanatusotizi fees za college na university. Bora mtoto wako.
Waseni aje, mimi nita Purity. Wakati namaliza high school, results zilikam nime.
In a highly globalized world, competition is stifling by the second. Corporations are scrambling for the finest talent. Nations are positioning for advantage, and people fight to thrive. Education is the ultimate advantage. No, the ultimate disadvantage.
So if somebody denies you education, they have denied you everything. But if somebody gives you education, they have given you everything except a ticket to heaven.
In Kenya, everything is at stake for thousands of students unable to raise money for their education. Will they become the next victims of an economic dispensation that is swallowing the unprepared?
My father passed away when I was in standard 7, so I did not have somebody that could support to further my studies. So after 18 years, when I heard the former president, Mwai Kibaki, declaring free secondary, I felt an urge to join secondary. I used to drop out of school probably 1 year to look for the upkeep of my family first.
In Kijabe, I came in 2015. So I used to work like a housekeeper. And then that's where I came to my dream to join School of Nursing. And I didn't even have any money to join the school. And the school fees was 263,800. And I used to be paid only like 12,000. So I was wondering, where will I get money?
You know, by the time I finished my secondary school education, I had a balance of almost 100,000. So I had to work so that I can pay the balance. In fact, I was working at a workshop whereby I was paid 200 shillings per day. So I used to save that money to reduce the fee balance that I had.
I had fee challenges because I had just joined KU and I was thinking of calling off my studies.
The vision to sustain and improve the historical advantage that Kenya has enjoyed over the years is fueled by continuous development of human capital. The progress of individuals like Isaac, Boaz, Samson, Callistus, and millions of others like them. The vision has, through the history of our nationhood, been shouldered by the Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, a state corporation whose mandate is to source for funds and provide loans, scholarships, and bursaries to Kenyans studying in recognized institutions of higher learning.
The vision of HELB is to be able to finance everyone that is seeking a loan to advance themselves by way of higher education.
Over the years, transition from secondary to tertiary education has greatly improved. In addition, over 1,500 TVET colleges have been established in the country over the past decade. These developments have led to increased demand for higher education finance, with government financing fully stretched.
we have a funding gap of about 4.9 billion. If actually we don't get a form of financial intervention this year only, we are looking at about 94,000 students who have already expressed interest in terms of being funded, going without any funding for this year.
At the Higher Education Loans Board, the thought of young people missing out on education, the possibility of lives being wasted and families getting trapped in a vicious cycle has led us to reimagine our vision of universal financing for higher education in Kenya. Since 2013, we have mobilized 1.5 billion shillings from 40 partners who share in this vision.
So we started with a small partner fund of USAID, and we were trying to get into a space that we have never been before, that is educating the healthcare workers, that is the nurses who are, work behind the doctors, because for every doctor you require about, 10 nurses.
With the help of these partners, we have made it possible for over 50,000 more students to attain higher education over the past 9 years. Our resource mobilization initiatives target specific economic sectors guided by various economic policies. Some of the sectors for which we have mobilized resources include health, maritime, legal, communication, finance, engineering, and water and sanitation. In the health sector, Afya Elimu Fund was set up to increase the number of middle-level health workers in the country.
These students, once they graduate, they're available, as I've said, to provide services for health work, for the health services in some of the remote areas. Talking about the northern frontier, the coastal region, where really we have had shortages for a long time in the country. And so with their presence there, it has really helped, especially when it came to COVID. We saw a demand for health workforce in some of these regions, and the pool was already available. The health workers who had graduated from Afya Elimu were already available.
In addition to Afya Elimu Fund, medical training institutions are also partnering with us, establishing funds that enable a smooth academic journey for their students.
When we started the college in 2012, we already had a problem knowing that the community we're in might not be able to access or be able to come to this college. So when we made Helb in 2014, for us it was connection the first time, and we made the details. And I remember the following year when we had our graduation, we invited them to come and we handed them a check of 1.2 million shillings. And from that humble beginning, right now we have, I would say, a portfolio with the help of about 24 million shillings, which we are hoping that in that revolving fund, it will be able to help more and more students.
We looked at ways where we can still have these economically challenged students and still meet their obligation in terms of settling the school fees, because it's needed. We have to give them and use money to train them. So we sought help with Helb, and so far so good. So many students have benefited from the fund, and we can only look forward for a brighter future, brighter partnership.
We partnered with the Kenya Maritime Authority to set up the Maritime Education and Training Scheme, or METS Fund, a loan product covering academic, proficiency, and competency courses. Together, we are empowering a pool of local experts for the blue economy.
To achieve this national goal, we must undertake a lot of partnerships. There are government structures that have been in place, and one of the government structure under training is creation of Helb, which is handling the different capacity building in the country in different ways. And the maritime aspect was not covered under that program. So we suddenly decided that for us to support Kenyans who are willing, who have the passion, who have the drive to enter into maritime sector job and handle the maritime sector functions, then we need to create a kitty, if you call it, that people can apply for loans in those, go for training and train once they get jobs, just like the other part of Europe in the industry, repay that kind of loan so that it becomes available, helpful to the Kenyans.
We aspired to be able to place the blue economy where it's on self-drive, light a fire that can never be put off. And I think we are getting there. That, you know, when you begin to get to see the sector getting integrated into our national economic plans, when you begin to see programs that deliberately target to develop the sector, then you begin to see that the sky is the limit.
When Helb came, when it came for validation, Helb really helped so many people to validate their document.
Kenya School of Law Tuition Loan supports students pursuing the Advocates Training Program, while law students sitting for their bar examinations for the first time can apply for the Helb Bar Examination Loan, rolled out in partnership with the Council of Legal Education, CLE.
So we are in year 1 of implementation, and we had 163 students who benefited. Because of that, there was a big reduction in the number of students who defer. Usually, when they apply, we send them admission letters, which have the fees that they need to pay, and we've been getting in the past a number of students that end up saying I have to defer because I can't afford the fees. This year, almost all of them were able to register, so there was only a tiny amount who weren't able to register because of fees.
Our resource mobilization initiatives for the engineering students help increase national productivity by producing market-ready technicians and stimulating entrepreneurship.
Formal education is really well established in Kenya, with many universities that have cropped up all over Kenya. Technical education, on the other hand, is not available so well. And if you go back to countries like Germany and Austria, they have a technical program where when kids come out of high school, they either go into the technical side or they go into a more formal side. And we have basically taken that example and trying to use the knowledge that we have and the expertise we have to train young underprivileged kids to become technically efficient. And in this way, by giving them that skills, they can go out and earn a living into the market.
We have about 60% of our students get employed directly in the course they had studied. Then maybe 20%, since we insist on entrepreneurship, they start small businesses, and that helps them to be able to employ others.
It was easy for me to concentrate on education because when you are helped on funding, actually you do your best and you become the best to show also the funders that you can, and they are doing the best job also to help you.
In the finance and water and sanitation sectors, we partner with KASNEB and the Kenya Water Institute, or KEWI, respectively. The government has been pumping funds into education through counties and constituencies. These funds have mostly been distributed in the form of bursaries. However, in the absence of reliable systems of fair disbursement and transparent financial reporting, funds have been lost to inefficiencies and misappropriation, while the needs of students are not sufficiently met. To address this, various devolved units are now partnering with the Higher Education Loans Board to manage these funds, making Helb a central distribution point for education and training support to avoid duplication of effort.
We have created this fund through some legislation. So there is legislation that guides this particular fund, and we have agreed that we put in 20 million every year. We want this fund to grow up to 500 million.
We realize that some students get inadequate allocations. So if a student wanted 60,000, he's then looking at the available resources and the evaluation.
Shilingi 1,400. Mama Steve ndo huwa anajua vile huwa anaweza kusaidia mtu kufanya michango za school fees, eh?
Twende sahi.
Mapema ndio best. Steve! Steve! Nini? Simu kila wakati?
Mom, ile kitu wanaongelea hapa hivi naona kama tutakuwa tumesotiwa. Tuko ndani msee. Umechekia website kwa group? Ndio nilikuwa nafuatilia convo but
The student then gets only 30 or 35,000 or even 37 for that matter. The needs of that student for accommodation, for feeding.
In a highly globalized world, competition is stifling by the second. Corporations are scrambling for the finest talent. Nations are positioning for advantage, and people fight to thrive. Education is the ultimate advantage. No, the ultimate disadvantage.
If somebody denies you education, they have denied you everything. But if somebody gives you education, they have given you everything except a ticket to heaven.
In Kenya, everything is at stake for thousands of students unable to raise money for their education. Will they become the next victims of an economic dispensation that is swallowing the unprepared?
My father passed away when I was in standard 7, so I did not have somebody that could support to further my studies. So after 18 years, when I heard the former president, Mwai Kibaki, declaring free secondary, I felt an urge to join secondary. I used to drop out of school probably 1 year to look for the upkeep of my family first.
In Kijabe, I came in 2015. So I used to work like housekeeper. Then that's where I came to my dream to join School of Nursing. And I didn't even have any money to join the school. And the school fees was 263,800. And I used to be paid only like 12,000. So I was wondering where will I get money?
You know, by the time I finished my secondary school education, I had a balance of almost 100,000. So I had to work so that I can pay the balance. In fact, I was working at a workshop whereby I was paid 200 shillings per day. So I used to save that money to reduce the fee balance that I had.
I had fee challenges because I had just joined KU and I was thinking of calling off my studies.
The vision to sustain and improve the historical advantage that Kenya has enjoyed over the years is fueled by continuous development of human capital. The progress of individuals like Isaac, Boaz, Samson, Callistus, and millions of others like them. The vision has, through the history of our nationhood, been shouldered by the Higher Education Loans Board, Helb, a state corporation whose mandate is to source for funds and provide loans, scholarships, and bursaries to Kenyans studying in recognized institutions of higher learning.
The vision of Helb is to be able to finance everyone that is seeking a loan to advance themselves by way of higher education.
Over the years, transition from secondary to tertiary education has greatly improved. In addition, over 1,500 Tvet colleges have been established in the country over the past decade. These developments have led to increased demand for higher education finance, with government financing fully stretched.
We have a funding gap of about 4.9 billion. If actually we don't get a form of financial intervention, this year only, we are looking at about 94,000 students who have already expressed interest in terms of being funded going without any funding for this year.
At the Higher Education Loans Board, the thought of young people missing out on education, the possibility of lives being wasted and families getting trapped in a vicious cycle has led us to reimagine our vision of universal financing for higher education in Kenya. Since 2013, we have mobilized 1.5 billion shillings from 40 partners who share in this vision.
So we started with a small partner fund of USAID, and we were trying to get into a space that we have never been before, that is educating the healthcare workers, that is the nurses who are, work behind the doctors, because for every doctor you require about, 10 nurses.
With the help of these partners, we have made it possible for over 50,000 more students to attain higher education over the past 9 years. Our resource mobilization initiatives target specific economic sectors guided by various economic policies. Some of the sectors for which we have mobilized resources include health, maritime, legal, communication, finance, engineering, and water and sanitation. In the health sector, Afya Elimu Fund was set up to increase the number of middle-level health workers in the country.
These students, once they graduate, they're available, as I have said, to provide services for health work, for the health services in some of the remote areas. Talking about the northern frontier, the coastal region, where really we have had shortages for a long time in the country. And so with their presence there, it has really helped, especially when it came to COVID. We saw a demand for health workforce in some of these regions, and the pool was already available. The health workers who had graduated from Afya Elimu were already available.
In addition to Afya Elimu Fund, medical training institutions are also partnering with us, establishing funds that enable a smooth academic journey for their students.
When we started the college in 2012, we already had a problem knowing that the community we're in might not be able to access or be able to come to this college. So when we made Helb in 2014, for us it was connection the first time, and we made the details. And I remember the following year when we had our graduation, we invited them to come and we handed them a check of 1.2 million shillings. And from that humble beginning, right now we have, I would say, a portfolio with the help of about 24 million shillings, which we are hoping that in that revolving fund, it will be able to help more and more students.
We looked at ways where we can still have these economically challenged students and still meet their obligation in terms of settling the school fees, because it's needed. We have to give them and use money to train them. So we sought help with Helb, and so far so good. So many students have benefited from the fund, and we can only look forward for a brighter future, brighter partnership.
We partnered with the Kenya Maritime Authority to set up the Maritime Education and Training Scheme, or METS Fund, a loan product covering academic, proficiency, and competency courses. Together, we are empowering a pool of local experts for the blue economy.
To achieve this national goal, we must undertake a lot of partnerships. There are government structures that have been in place, and one of the government structure under training is creation of Helb, which is handling the different capacity building in the country in different ways. And the maritime aspect was not covered under that program. So we suddenly decided that for us to support Kenyans who are willing, who have the passion, who have the drive to enter into maritime sector job and handle the maritime sector functions, then we need to create a kitty, if you call it, that people can apply for loans in those, go for training and train. Once they get jobs, just like the other part of Europe in the industry, repay that kind of loan so that it becomes available, helpful to the Kenyans.
We aspired to be able to place the blue economy where it's on self-drive, light a fire that can never be put off. And I think we are getting there. That, you know, when you begin to get to see the sector getting integrated into our national economic plans, when you begin to see programs that deliberately target to develop the sector, then you begin to see that the sky is the limit.
When Helb came, when it came for validation, Helb really helped so many people to validate their documents.
Kenya School of Law Tuition Loan supports students pursuing the Advocates Training Program, while law students sitting for their bar examinations for the first time can apply for the Helb Bar Examination Loan, rolled out in partnership with the Council of Legal Education, CLE.
So we are in year 1 of implementation, and we had 163 students who benefited. Because of that, there was a big reduction in the number of students who defer. Usually, when they apply, we send them admission letters, which have the fees that they need to pay, and we've been getting in the past a number of students that end up saying I have to defer because I can't afford the fees. This year, almost all of them were able to register, so there was only a tiny amount who weren't able to register because of fees.
Our resource mobilization initiatives for the engineering students help increase national productivity by producing market-ready technicians and stimulating entrepreneurship.
Formal education is really well established in Kenya, with many universities that have cropped up all over Kenya. Technical education, on the other hand, is not available so well. And if you go back to countries like Germany and Austria, they have a technical program where when kids come out of high school, they either go into the technical side or they go into a more formal side. And we have basically taken that example and trying to use the knowledge that we have and the expertise we have to train young underprivileged kids to become technically efficient. And in this way, by giving them their skills, they can go out and earn a living into the market.
We have about 60% of our students get employed directly in the course they had studied. Then maybe 20%, since we insist on entrepreneurship, they start small businesses, and that helps them to be able to employ others.
It was easy for me to concentrate on education because when you are helped on funding, actually you do your best and you become the best to show also the funders that you can, and they are doing the best job also to help you.
In the finance and water and sanitation sectors, we partner with KASNEB and the Kenya Water Institute, or KEWI, respectively. The government has been pumping funds into education through counties and constituencies. These funds have mostly been distributed in the form of bursaries. However, in the absence of reliable systems of fair disbursement and transparent financial reporting, funds have been lost to inefficiencies and misappropriation, while the needs of students are not sufficiently met. To address this, various devolved units are now partnering with the Higher Education Loans Board to manage these funds, making Helb a central distribution point for education and training support to avoid duplication of effort.
We have created this fund through some legislation. So there is legislation that guides this particular fund. And we have agreed that we put in 20 million every year. We want this fund to grow up to 500 million.
We realize that some students get inadequate allocations. So if a student wanted 60,000, is then looking at the available resources and the evaluation, the student then gets only 30 or 35,000, or even 37 for that matter. The needs of that student for accommodation, for feeding, and other books and other things is much more than that. So we thought if we could top up a little as a county through the Helb program, and that's why we have collaborated with the Helb program. Through that program, we can be able to enhance the loan available.
As counties, we don't have enough capacity, especially in assessing the needs that we have within the community. As much as we are giving bursaries to students in high school and even in colleges, we have found it a bit challenging.
Because of the budgetary constraints at the national level, the gap will always be there. Yeah, because priorities are many, especially at the national level. I realized that. That's why, as a county, we decided to bridge the gap. And I'm sure that if all counties, the 47, followed my example, then obviously that gap will be bridged. You can see Kakamega has put in 120 million. If all counties were to put in 120 million, those will be a lot of over 5 billion Kenya shillings. And if you have 5 billion at your disposal, definitely so many students, that gap, you will have bridged that gap.
We partner with corporations, trusts, and foundations in an ecosystem of shared value. ABSA, Standard Chartered Bank, Family Bank, and I&M have all helped us expand opportunities in higher education.
Each corporate, each company looks at it and say, how can I give back? How can I serve the market? Because the more you serve the market, the better your environment becomes. You know, we don't need unemployment in Kenya, and corporate world has to get involved.
The stories and experience of our beneficiaries over the past 26 years have been the building blocks of a bigger, brighter promise for generations ahead.
The main problem, I knew it was in secondary level. But the main thing that actually motivated me, through media, I used to listen to news. They were advertising for the support of Helb. I knew it was majorly in secondary. When I reached in a university or a college, I could be released, and actually it was done. So I was hopeful I could finish, however late.
I'm the first person to join college in my family, so I'm proud of it. I'm going to change the story of my family. The school has been supporting me through CHPF funds, and I applied for help. I got help 3 times now, and it has been of help to me till now.
So now, after I joined the school, I heard about help. I applied the first time. That's now where I saw light of finishing school. So I was helped by help.
The Helb loan imesaidia sana, sio karo tu, hata kwa mitihani. No one can defer or have an excuse of money, because Helb has catered everything, the entire module.
Rather than one struggling or putting the academics to a pause so that they could go seek for the funds to come back, receipt, or sit down for the exams, then CLE helping with the by-examination funds has been the best way to make it easier for us to finish in due time. Partly it's also played a role into molding me into who I am currently in my line of profession, that being that it saw me through campus when I was undertaking my law studies, and even now through my post-diploma here at KSL. I'm grateful because it also seen me through my bar exams.
I was working as a registered nurse in the emergency department. Then I felt like I should go back to school and do a specialty, of which I did it in 2019. After 10 years, graduating from a diploma course, now I was going for higher diploma, 2019 April. Then when I came back after graduation, Now they saw that I'm capable of doing it. Then I was given some responsibility to be the deputy in charge of this department.
Today, we have a well-developed debt management infrastructure enhanced by strategic partnerships, big data, and backed by law, ensuring optimum repayment of loans, diaspora collections, informal sector management, and even prosecution if necessary. We are present countrywide through 28 Huduma centers and have experience working with both local and international funders.
If you know anything about Helb, you know they've been there for years. They've done this for years. They have a track record for years about administering this sort of a fund. And therefore, for the Council of Legal Education Fund to be able to benefit from that sort of sustainability and stability from Helb is invaluable to us. I would want to assume that any beneficiary of the fund would feel the responsibility to pay back for purposes of ensuring that the person that comes after you 5 or 10 years would be able to find something there.
Helb has enabled the country to sustain education. Funders need to channel their funds through an organized institution that is capable of administering the fund and also allow for recovery of loan to enable new applicants and more Kenyans to access medical education.
Employers work in very close partnership with Helb. We are represented on the Helb board. I sit on the Helb board. And we ensure that people who are working in the formal sector repay the loans that they get from Helb. Employers facilitate that. It's a deduction that is done on the payroll level. And there's also a portal where employers can register voluntarily and therefore make sure that the loans are being repaid.
From the experience of decades of higher education financing, we offer high-value partnership that includes transparent online application, automated selection criteria, superior recovery mechanism, joint resource mobilization, information sharing, a wide branch network, and contact center, portfolio protection, governance structure, and data sharing.
The future of our organization is bright in terms of internal mechanisms. We are continuously improving. We have invested heavily on IT. We have a call center so that you don't have to come to anniversary towers. You know, those queues you used to see. The mode of payment, we have basically factored every possible mode of payment, whether you are within the country or outside the country.
So with me being here, I'm able to sensitize the students through the machine learning programs in conjunction with the high schools and institutions of higher learning such as Kilifi KMTC and Pwani University and the technical colleges here.
Today, a big financing gap stands between many young Kenyans and their dreams, and between the nation and her growth potential. But through a decade of working with different partners, we have evidence that only together can these gaps be closed and the future secured.
Let's see how we can actually come together, you and I, to see how we can recapitalize this organization so that in future we don't have this kind of crisis that we're having in terms of funding. So it's a clarion call, a call for action for everybody actually who is looking at this space and who is keen in terms of seeing that we have more skilled people being produced by our universities, that these students are actually comfortable in school and they can come and participate in a productive economy moving forward.
The first thing is we sign a service contract. The service contract will detail the obligation of the funder and the obligation of now Helb as the fund manager. And then we agree on the terms of the engagement. And it's from that the funding usually comes to Helb. When the funding now comes to Helb, we sit down with a committee of the funder, because we usually encourage there be an oversight committee or a technical working group that will guide on how the fund is managed. So that technical working group will determine how the application form will look, what are the cadres that we are going to look into, how the management will look into, and then they come on board.
If you want to be part of this journey, to change the story of Kenya one student at a time, please drop us a line on partnerships@helb.co.ke and we will be in touch. Higher Education Loans Board, empowering dreams. In a highly globalized world, competition is stifling by the second. Corporations are scrambling for the finest talent. Nations are positioning for advantage. And people fight to thrive.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle in.
Education is the ultimate advantage.
Let's settle in 1 minute.
The ultimate disadvantage.
So if somebody denies you education, they have denied you everything. But if somebody gives you education, they have given you everything except a ticket to heaven.
All right.
In Kenya, everything is at stake for thousands of students unable to raise money for their education. Will they become the next victims of an economic dispensation that is swallowing the unprepared?
Thank you so much for trying your best to, keep time in spite of all the queues and challenges. I appreciate so much. It's time to start it over again. And Duncan, you have 2 microphones in your hand. I'd like you to give that microphone to, let me see, the gentleman next to you. No, but there's no flow there. There's a bit of a, okay, you'll help them. See this gentleman next to you? Yes. Please give him the mic. And I'll give you instructions. So it's pretty simple. We want to make one long sentence or story. And all I'm asking you to do is to start that sentence. Here is the instruction, ladies and gentlemen. When the microphone gets to you, you're expected to say just one word. Okay? One word. You build the story by contributing just one word. So for example, I can say once.
Once upon a time.
Sasa hata sio mimi, wananchi wamekata. Wamesema wanakurudisha kwa debe. So your contribution has to be one word, not one sentence, one word. Okay? So let's try again. Once.
Upon.
Then you pass on the mic.
Time.
There.
Was.
There.
Yeah.
Neutral.
I'm ably informed that even a full stop is a word.
Neutral.
All right, so at least everyone has information what this is, right? Okay, so let's press pause. I'd like to check if Mr. Evanson Muranga is in the room. Are you here? Please come. I'd like to invite you to give just a word. Well, Maybe a sentence.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Evans Miranga. I'm the branch manager of Equity Naivasha. So here is home, so naweza sema karibuni sana Naivasha, even as we continue with this conference. I would want to say a few things regarding Equity Bank, the brand that is represented by myself. I have my two colleagues with me, Brian, the one busy on the camera. I also have Jane. Jane Kaboya is the one in charge of Tvet institution in the head office, supporting all the branches. She's here to coordinate all the activities regarding Tvet institutions. And as I end my presentation, I'll share her number so that you can reach out to her for support. First of all, I want to thank Helb for the partnership that we have continued to have, and also Tvet institutions, all the principals represented here, and even all the student leaders, because of the way we continue to collaborate, because Equity Bank is very huge in education. You know the programs that we support under education. The commonly known one is Equity Leaders Program. And especially this is known because these are students who join universities after they go through our internship program, where we normally give them opportunities to work. And we target the best student in every sub-county. The ones that get A and A minus, we normally have them on our programs on full payment, and also support them to be able to realize their dreams even as they go through their university education. But we also have Wings to Fly, so Equity is known for the Wings to Fly. We've been doing this program for about 12 years now, where we have been able to support over 55,000 students who have gone through our hands and now are being placed in different institutions globally and even locally. But for your interest, maybe what can Equity offer for us under education, because we are here all as education people. Number one, we have invested hugely on financial education. We have qualified teachers in our bank who actually do a lot of financial literacy to business people, employed people, and such. So even as you at Tvet institutions, you can actually partner with us in these areas. You can actually invite us so that we can have these trainings that are offered for free to your students or even to the staff. Because one of the challenges we realize is that many people don't have financial discipline. And some of these courses that we take under this program are quite helpful, because we talk about budgeting, we talk about debt management, and many other programs that we offer under the education, financial education support. But of importance to you, we would want to instill discipline in our students. And therefore, that's why we have come up with products like prepaid cards meant to help our students to be able to have financial discipline even as they continue to pursue their education. Other areas that we can partner, allow me just to say in 2 minutes and I'll be done, is on the area of environment. Some of the solutions that we are offering is on clean energy solution to institutions. We have been able to partner with quite a number, and so far so good. You can also approach us and we can be able to do something. We also doing tree planting in conservation of our environment. This is a program that we started in 2019, and so far we have done over 23 million trees, and you can actually partner with us. As I conclude, or as I sit down, there are so many areas that we can actually partner as a bank, and I would want to invite you to attend, to come and listen to us. We have a form that we can actually be able to fill in. Any area that you feel we can support you, we are ready and will continue to engage even after this meeting, so that we can continue to live the agenda and the purpose of Equity Bank, which is to transform lives, giving dignity and expanding opportunities. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Jane, my colleague's number is 0763. If you can write, this one is important. 0763-336-956. More we can share at our tent. And thank you very much for listening to me. God bless you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Right. So now I'd like to invite the following people. And ladies and gentlemen, I request that you help me to welcome them. So when I mention their names, please just give them a warm hand as they come to stage, okay? All right? Okay, so I'd like to invite Mr. Josiah K. Musili, EBS, from the Directorate of National Cohesion and Values. And Dr. Duncan Kibogong. He's a Deputy Director, National Transport and Safety Authority. I don't know if Professor is here or has a representative. Professor Walter Oyawa, the CEO Nacosti. I don't know if he's here already. Thank you very much. Big hands. And ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the session that starts now, we have Miss Milka Mudhama, Dean Mukurweini Technical Training Institute. All right. Yeah, she's here. Karibu, and let's engage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we are going to have a very short session. And in this session, I'm joined by three amazing gentlemen. I know Professor is not around, but he is ably represented by Mr. David Amiani. So karibu sana. We are going to talk about working with TVET colleges in mainstreaming three main areas. We are going to look at mainstreaming in cohesion. We are going to look at mainstreaming in road safety. And finally, we are going to look at mainstreaming in science, technology, and innovation, what we commonly refer to as STI in our institutions. So karibu sana, gentlemen, into this session. Now, just to begin, I'll give each and every one of us 1 minute to give us the core mandate of our organizations in relation to the stakeholders that are seated here today. I don't know if we can get an extra mic here. Okay. So we can begin to my far left.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. First of all, I would like to extend our gratitude as NACOSTI, the abbreviation for National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, for having given us this opportunity just to dispense and give some highlights on the importance of mainstreaming STI in our national productivity. So NACOSTI is a state corporation that was established under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act, and its mandate is basically to regulate, promote, and coordinate, and further advise the government on matters science, technology, and innovation. That, in a nutshell, is what NACOSTI is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amiani.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josiah Musili. I'm the Secretary, National Cohesion and Values. This is an agency established in the Executive Office of the President, whose mandate is threefold. One, we are the agency that coordinates the preparation of the annual President's report on national values as required by Article 132 of the Constitution. Secondly, we are the agency that coordinates implementation of two sessional papers, sessional paper number 8 on national values and sessional paper number 9 on national cohesion and integration. And thirdly, and probably most important for most of you, we are the agency that evaluates compliance with the indicator on national values in the performance contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musili. Dr. Kibogong, you can tell us what your core mandate is.
Thank you so much. My name is Duncan Kibogong. I work with the National Transport and Safety Authority. NTSA is a lead agency on matters road transport and road safety, and we were established through an act of parliament in the year 2012, and that's the NTSA Act of 2012. Our role basically touches on a number of issues, touches on road users, and all of us arrived here largely by road. At least I did not see an helicopter which landed, so you are all road users, one way or the other one. And it's important that as road users we are safe. So that is one of the roles we do, among as many others, but including registration, licensing, motor vehicle inspection, issues to do with PSVs, issues to do with training and testing of drivers, and majority of us here are drivers. Your institutions where you are in have drivers, and drivers, the role of drivers in matters of road safety is quite critical, including education of members of public, driving schools, as I said, among as many others, which I think will, as we interact, we'll be talking about the same. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you so much. So I think our panelists have expounded on the core mandate of the various organizations that we have here. So I'll get to you, Dr. Amiani, and I'd like to know, there's been a lot of emphasis on science, technology, and innovation. What is this that has necessitated that emphasis in STI in Kenya today?
Thank you once again. Science, technology, and innovation, like it's known, STI, has been identified as a key enabler towards industrialization and towards inclusive socio-economic development. This is one of the key reasons why research, science, technology, and innovation is being given emphasis. And therefore, this then informs the need for all of us to be at par with the developed countries. This STI is not only meant for the research and institutions that deal with academia. Therefore, most of us in the TVET, because we are speaking to the TVET, have the notion that RSTI is only meant for the research institutions and universities. But we would like to bring forth that research, science, technology, and innovation has been realized by the developing countries to be a key enabler, as is envisioned in the Kenya Vision 2030, Agenda 2063, and other development programs. So investment in RSTI is indispensable for a country that is geared towards national productivity and improvement of efficiency in our working. And therefore, STI mainstreaming was introduced in the performance contracting. This is the third year of implementation, with a goal to impart the culture of creativity and innovativeness in our working. There is a lot we can say about research, science, technology, and innovation, and how it has impacted the developed countries like Singapore, China of recent. Employment of RSTI in their working has really leapfrogged those institutions those countries into what they are. Therefore, investment in RSTI is inevitable for us as a country, and therefore, the need to entrench STI came in, and that is how we have it in performance contracting. In the advent of AI, for instance, there is need for us to keep up. There is new technologies that come in, rapid technological advancements that have informed this initiative. Maybe just to say that in a nutshell, if there is any more discussions we can have, there is a lot we can say about RSTI. Thank you.
Before you hand over the mic, you've just talked about the inclusion of RSTI in our PCs.
Yes.
Maybe you can let us know some of the new TVET entrants regarding RSTI that we may expect in the 20th PC cycle.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that is very important. Like I said, we are now in the third cycle, and we have been progressively engaging the TVET institutions. And I can say by end of last year, we managed to have on board close to around 158 TVET institutions. And we are sensitizing and creating awareness of the importance of RSTI so that we can be able to have more of the TVET institutions. Because we have realized that RSTI is a key, TVET institutions rather, are key towards realization of an innovation-led and a knowledge-based economy. So TVETs do not have a choice but to implement RSTI because you are the link, or rather the conduit between research and academia and the outputs that we have, which is innovation and acquisition of the innovation into the industry and thereafter into the society. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Kibogong, to you. Now, I'll ask the same question I asked first. Why do we have that emphasis to have the road safety mainstreaming in Kenya currently?
Thank you so much. I'll put it this way. This is a very important exercise, the fact that we are having road safety as part and parcel of PC cycle and part and parcel of delivery of indicator for that matter. I'll just probably throw in some bit of statistics so that we get to know the magnitude of this problem. Globally, I'll start from globally, we are talking about 1.35 million persons dying on the roads every year. If you translate that into daily, it translates to about 3,500 persons dying every day on the world roads. That is quite an excessive, quite a big number. And if you even translate it into an hour, it talks of in excess of 160 or so deaths per hour globally. And yet this is something which has not been emphasized a lot. As we speak, road traffic, people dying because of road traffic accidents, crashes, we are talking about, in terms of rank, being the 7th cause of death. As we speak currently, road traffic crashes kill more than HIV. You better believe that because you can as well, I know most of you have phones with yourselves, a smartphone. If you can Google the numbers of road traffic crashes, deaths, and if you compare it with other diseases like HIV, you'll be surprised that indeed road traffic crashes kill more than HIV. It kills more than malaria. It kills more than tuberculosis. And here in Kenya, we've seen a trend whereby a number of crashes have been going high, involving institutions, including TVET institutions. And that's why there was a feeling by government, and indeed, that we need to have this road safety mainstream for purposes of ensuring that Kenyan workers and Kenyan employees, including the institutions, their drivers, their, are better in the road. And that's why we are having this PC indicator in our PC, and as NTSA, we are spearheading the same. And this is basically to ensure, and it's not just to the institution, because as a matter of fact, moderator, is that we are launching soon a National Road Safety Action Plan, which has not just as a PC deliverable, but working further to even do it to other sectors and becomes part and parcel of the day. Because as we always say, I don't think there's anyone here who has not been affected or has not been involved in a crash, one direct or indirectly. And from an economic point of view, road traffic crashes in this country cost about 5 to 6% of GDP. 5 to 6% of GDP, that translates to in excess of 450 billion Kenya shillings are lost. Hospitals are having problems in terms of numbers, and border is increasingly become a problem. And for us here, and in the context of this meeting, the TVETs have drivers who are employees, have students, and indeed that is a mix which at times, if not handled well, can be seen to promote, rather to a recipe for road traffic crashes and the eventualities which go with it. So that's why it's important to have done that. Thank you.
I think we can agree that road safety is becoming a menace in our institutions, even as TVET institutions. Most of our students, when they drop out, because we have high numbers of dropout, the first thing they do after they drop out is get a motorbike. And the speed in which these students drive these motorbikes is so alarming. And the next thing that we experience are crashes. So I totally agree on that. Still on you, Dr. Kibogong. I'd like to know, because most of the stakeholders that are here are from TVET institutions, what role can these TVET institutions play to ensure that they advance road safety mainstreaming?
Yes, one of the roles, of course, there are a number of things. One is to advance from the institutional point of view. And that what it means is that you need to have, and this is actually in the PC, that you need to have a road safety policy in place in your institution, and subsequent implementation of the same is very important. I think that is one, and it's very important that all the TVS institutions, you have a road safety policy. As NTSA, we are always available to assist in all manner of things to ensure that you have that and subsequent approval of the same, so that you implement over a period of time and you become a safe institution. Number two is that as part of road safety, is that you really having a number of stakeholders, probably far bigger than ours. I am sure each of the TVETs of hundreds or more students, one or the other one. So the imparting of knowledge on matters road safety, especially from a behavioral point of view, issues to do drink driving, issues to do speeding, make sure that you are putting on a helmet when you are on a motorcycle, and all manner of things which involve, because indeed your students and indeed your staff are road users. So we need to ensure that they get to know those values and become better Kenyans. Then number three is that we've seen some of the institutions apply as part and parcel of what they want to train to be at driving schools. I think that is something which is valid, and some indeed, in fact, some who are here are already been licensed to be driving schools, so that you work towards having drivers, and you are imparters of knowledge, and this is a technical skill in terms of driving. And of course, apart from just raising your revenues, the important thing from where you sit is that you are better off, and you know how to pass on knowledge and skills, and and subsequently the examination of the same, and subsequently us having to license the same. So that is another part of it. But as we say, road safety is everyone's responsibility, and many of us here, you need to make sure that all you do is that you make road safety not a government agenda, but a personal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for that. To you, Dr. Musili. Maybe you can tell us some of the objectives that underpinned the development of the national values and principles of governance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, the Article 10 of the Constitution that contains the national values and principles of governance is a product of the 2010 Constitution. That is when we gave ourselves the national values and principles. Of course, that Constitution was meant to address challenges that we had faced as a nation since we got independence. And one of the challenges that we realized was that we did not have guiding principles or a set of beliefs and a set of objectives that we set ourselves to achieve as a nation. We had values, of course, we have individual values, we have family values, we have Christian values and all that, but we did not have a set of values and principles that we could call them those national values and principles, to be guiding beliefs for the nation, and also to basically guide how Kenya as a country operates, how we allocate our resources, how we account for those resources, etc. So the reason was to provide guiding beliefs to the country that could take us forward. And if you look at the vision that we gave ourselves, the Vision 2030, the national vision, if you look at the symbol that that is the national vision. It's a hut or a house with three pillars: the political pillar, the economic pillar, and the social pillar. At the base of those three pillars is the national values and principles of governance. So the national vision is grounded on the national values and principles of governance that are in Article 10 of the Constitution.
Thank you. Now that the individuals seated here are from TVET institutions, most of them, what do you think are some of the initiatives they need to put in place so that they undertake, they integrate national values and cohesion in the institutions?
First of all, I'd requested one of our colleagues from Helb to just flash a circular that was issued by the head of public service on 4th of October last year on what TVETs and other public institutions should do as regards national values. We have engaged TVETs, and I think we've been to most of the TVETs represented here. Others that we've not visited, they have been to our trainings as focal point persons, as committees, sensitizations. We've been fairly active across the country. What we expect from TVETs is that, just like my colleague said, you are training students. You have staff. We expect that you will ground your training on national values. The people that you're training, the students, and also the staff that are in your respective institutions will ground whatever they pass on to the students and how they pass on that information. How they pass on. How they pass on that information should be on the basis of Article 10 of the Constitution. The circular that I was asking to be flashed, if you look at the persons or the institutions that is addressed to in page 1, can we have page 1? If you look at page 1, you will find principles of TVET institutions. That was not by mistake. It is because we realize the importance of TVETs in impacting national values to the persons or to the students that you're training. So I guess I would imagine that all principals of TVETs received this circular from the head of public service on the formation of national values committees. These committees are supposed to guide the mainstreaming of national values in the respective institutions. Of course, with our guidance. The circular goes on to say that you should get in touch with ourselves, that's the Directorate of National Cohesion and Values, so that we arrange and conduct trainings, sensitizations, and also guide you as relates to the indicator, the PC indicator on national values that has been on the PC since 2014-15 cycle with 2 targets, which we can speak to much later.
I think you will agree, members, that these are aspects that we deal with day to day in our TVET institutions. These are issues that we have committed to in our PCs, and I so wish that we had much more time to engage these amazing gentlemen. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. The gentlemen are very rich with information, so we will organize another session by God's grace so that we indulge more with them. But just as a matter of closing this session, I'd like to give each and every one of us 1 minute to give us a punching line as we come to an end. Let's start from Dr. Kibogong.
Thank you so much. I think as a parting shot, and I think I'd say this, road safety is everyone's responsibility. It is, of course, something which it is within your hands. As we said, up to 80%, of course, the road traffic crashes is not the vehicle, it is not the road, it is how you behave on the road as a road user, whether you are a driver, whether you are a passenger, whether you are a motorcycle rider or the passenger or even a pedestrian. How you behave really determines whether you will be involved in a crash or not. So let's all put road safety as a personal responsibility. Make sure that as you do that, you impart this good knowledge on what we call risk factors. And we have now, if you're driving, go slowly. If it is dark and you feel that you are fatigued, don't go. If it's not, so make sure you always play on the safer side. Report those ones who are involved and we'll follow up with the same. But as from where I sit as a parting shot, wish you very safe day and safe week and safe conference, and looking forward to having you being our champions in matters road safety in your institutions. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
As a parting shot, although it's coming too soon, we have hardly talked about values and yet we are parting short. What I would say, we are at a place where we have created, in my opinion, enough awareness. We have created enough sensitization. We have used the PC to mainstream national values and principles of governance. We need now to move to the practicing part. We need to practice what we preach. We need to practice the national values that are in Article 10. Let us not do it for the PC. Let us do it because it is what is required of us as a constitution. It is what will guide us to realize the national vision, that is Vision 2030. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before the parting shot, maybe for the new entrants, I would like to encourage that you come up with the strategies. I think that is one of the key deliverables that you need to have. Appoint focal persons and champions, because these are the people that will drive RSTI into your activities. So just as I wind up, I would like to emphasize the importance of RSTI in our national productivity, and TVETs are not left behind. They are very key players when it comes to research, science, technology, and innovation. We are headed towards the 5th industrial revolution, and RSTI is indispensable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As our gentlemen rise and head to their seats, let's give them a round of applause as they walk. Asanteni sana for being part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support in trying to ensure that we use the shortest time possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our breakout session. Just before then, I want to give 2 minutes to our sponsors, Eldoret National Polytechnic. So if you have a representative, please, you should be walking up on stage right now. The principals and students will go to the dome on this side. When you walk through that door, just turn left, you'll see a huge dome at the beach. Nice place to be. So, principals and students at the dome. Deans and registrars will remain here in this room. So we'll just do a split. And then finance officers will go to two-way one. I don't know how that sounds. Two-way one. Exit through that door, turn right, you'll see a temporary structure, like a tent, glass-walled tent, if that makes sense, next to the pool. Just beside the pool, you'll see a structure there. Our colleagues from Helb will assist you to find that. And that's it. Do we have a representative from Eldoret National Polytechnic? Going one, going two, gone. All right, so principals and students at the dome. Deans and registrars remain here. Finance officers, two-way one. And we see you after the conversation when you'll be making your presentations. Best of luck. See you soon. They will be split. Once they get there, they'll be shown where to sit. All right, so we are back here at 5 p.m. You have about 45 minutes to go through the conversation, adjusted for the time you need to walk to your room. So when you go to the dome, there will be a section for the principals and a different section for the student leaders within the dome. So someone will guide you. Deans and registrars, please remain here. Finance officers, you'll go to two-way one. Thank you very much. Let's get moving, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so this half of the room, if you can see me, this half of the room, where the half means from 2 rows in front of that camera, this way, will be used by the registrars. The other half will be used by the deans. Tunaelewana? Yeah, deans twende nyuma. This half of the room, registrars. The back half of the room, deans. And for the Helb liaison persons, you join the group of the deans back there. Registrars, come to the front. Deans, please move to the back. registrars, please come all the way forward so that we create space for the deans. Come all the way forward to where I am. Yes, just come all the way. There's a lot of space here. No, there's space here. We need you to come all the way so that we can share this room. Please come.
120, something like. And there was this capitation by the government of 30,000, which makes this 56,000. So in most institutions, these comrades are being told to pay the capitation because I don't know what happened to the capitation. So you need to revisit on that. Then, just to finalize, to echo on what my colleague has said, there needs to be more help desks at the Huduma centers, uko mashinani, because there are so many TVET institutions, now easy challenges they are facing, so they need to access the help desks at their respective Huduma centers. Then the last submission, there is unutilized money, which the comrades were urging that now that this money has been disbursed to me, and it is a loan, and at the end of the day, I'm going to pay this loan. And this money, it is unutilized. Now that I've finished school, na bado niko na pesa, iko kwa shule. Instead of that money hanging in there, it take long to be reversed to the help, the comrades were thinking, hiyo pesa it being channeled to the respective account ya mwanafunzi, because at the end of the day, the students will still pay that money. So the unutilized money to be channeled to the students' account.
As you finish, just one point. There's this issue about financial literacy programs. We propose the implementation of financial literacy programs within TVET institutions to educate students on responsible borrowing, budgeting, and managing loan repayments. You know, you understand that you find a student is coming from a family which is capable of paying school fees, and he goes ahead to apply for fees. Napata baba ni manager, napata mshahara mzuri, alafu we would like help to work into our institutions, not even work, but even slides can work, to at least we get information on financial literacy. So, another issue, the last one now, the same way you send messages to us, I know most of us will not like it. Comrade.
Good evening, everyone. Please give me your attention for just a bit. This is the principals group being represented by Eunice Kerich of Hungary TTI. We had 7 points to cover, and I'm going to just cover them, take a short time. The first was on uptake of loans, and we agreed that the uptake was generally okay to a large extent, but that sometimes the students' interest is not actualized because they may not complete their applications. So in order to increase uptake, the following recommendations were made: ensure seamless application process to increase the uptake of both the loans and scholarships. Diversify application platforms, like instead of just the portal, also include mobile options. Introduce Sharia compliant options for Muslims. Simplify the application process. Work with admin and religious leaders to sensitize parents and students. And then maybe for certain regions that we said internet is a challenge, fall back to manual for only those regions. Then synchronize HELB applications with intakes and liaise with other government agencies. And then institutions to invest in mobilizing their trainees to apply on time. Because we realized that sometimes the challenge is not even the system, but we Kenyans waiting for the deadline before we begin to rush to apply. And then finally on that one is to fully delink placement from funding. The second area was on student data accuracy, and I think the key recommendation on this one was to implement the TVET MIS fully, the same way that is being done with basic education. You've seen how NEMIS is working, so we move that way as TVET. To enhance loan appraisal, we recommended that in the instance of where there is an appeal, on-ground verification can be done, and then sensitize students on the importance of giving factual information. We realize that the MTI results may be faulty because of the kind of information that the students are giving, so that was a recommendation. For orphans who are unable to submit maybe a death certificate, then again, the fallback would be, as was done before, by liaising with the chiefs to write a letter to support them. On student welfare, that is point number 4, we recommended that institutions to provide adequate budgetary allocation to support the offices responsible for Helb application. That's the Office of the Dean, the Office of the Registrar, and any other, including maybe additional human resource to support those offices. On challenges faced in relation to Helb funding, one was low uptake due to technical challenges, which we've covered in point number 1 up there. Then limited awareness among parents about Helb, and then exam fees not being adequately catered for in the new funding model. The recommendations seek to address those. On management of loans, we recommended that financial literacy be provided for students on how to manage their funds, and I think even the student leaders also did mention this on financial literacy. And sensitization of officers handling applications on the management of Helb funds. Emerging issues in TVET, that is point number 6. One is the short courses where they do not fall anywhere in the funding. Remember, Helb funds courses that are 1 year and that take at least 1 year or more. So, and now we in TVET we're introducing more short courses, including level 3 courses, which will take a short time. Funding for Class 8, we learned that has been happening, so we need to sensitize them on the need to apply together with the others. Progression from one level to another, they are also funded. You need to sensitize them, although the progression should be within a year before the first loan is recalled. The other thing that emerged was that CASNEB courses are now funded. Please sensitize your trainees accordingly. And on CBET, there's need to harmonize curricula with a funding model. We were given examples of hairdressing. I think you people will know the distinction, how they have made a distinction between hairdressing and beauty therapy. They are now 2 different courses, which might take shorter and may not be funded. So there's need to harmonize the curricula with the Helb funding. Areas of improvement, number 1, I think which you've mentioned in number 1 under the first point, is to delink fully scholarship from placement so that walk-ins are also allowed to apply for scholarship within the portal, so that they declare their interest in also getting a scholarship. Number 2, the system to include a way to recognize students who were supported in high school by individuals and not organizations, because that happens. And number 3, help information sharing with the institutions to be prompt. I think an example was given of where I think the portal triggers a message to the student's phone before the same information reaches the institutions. And finally, the last recommendation for improvement is to time the releases of the upkeep to match certain timelines in a student's life, like when they're registering for exams, so that they're able to use that money for something useful within the school calendar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, so we have the registrar's team coming next. You have 7 minutes starting now. The finance officers, we do not have a representative yet. Please have your representative come on stage. You can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Richard Amari, the Registrar Kasarani Technical and Vocational College. It was my pleasure to be the session chair for the breakout for the registrars. We had a number of issues to deal with, and with me here is a senior from the forum. He's called Surveyor Muganda. He'll be representing the registrars in this matter. Karibu sana, senior.
Thank you, the session chair to the Council of Registrars. As I said, my name is Muganda Michael, the registrar for Allied Technical Training Institute and the session secretary to the Council of Registrars. The first issue is the new funding model journey. So we had a number of issues to discuss there. We had talked about the experiences, lessons learned, and the recommendations. Under the experiences, these were the issues came about. Registrars have played a vital role in admission of trainees, advertising the new funding model to trainees, parents, stakeholders, and the community at large. Coordinating the help desk, as well as validating the trainee for funding. 2, registrars is the custodian of all data for the new funding model, from the application, verification of students' data for funding. 3, registrars have interacted with the trainees, the parents, community, sponsors, stakeholders on the benefits of the new funding model. At the end of the day, the parents are positive and cooperative and paying their households. The 4th one, under the experiences, some of the trainees, especially the Muslim, due to segregation, since they don't apply for the help, hence they also miss on the scholarship. Since under the new funding model, help and scholarship is one same thing. There's a proposal by the CS for the Ministry of Education to have a legislation which is at the advanced stage to have a guiding on how to handle this matter. The lessons learned, the new funding model does not recognize the course code for the CBET courses. Having that started the CBET courses in 23 September, so doesn't recognize the course code for the same courses. 2, the new ID number is not recognized by the HEF portal. So there is an additional code where the HEF portal has fixed code. Then fluctuating system, whereby at one point, the system does not validate the KCSE index number. On the recommendation, 1, linking of help/scholarship to MTI, where a student gets an alert on the phone about the status of the bands, whether it's band 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, so that the student can easily plan in connection with the parent on the amount of payment. 2, MTI to be done by the Office of the Registrar in conjunction with the Office of the Dean for accurate classification of the trainees so that the data can be shared to the HELB or the HEF. 3, process of appeal to be active and allowed for TVET trainees. At the end of the day, so that you can be able to realize we have some issues whereby maybe a parent dies in the course of the training or something happens to the trainee, so that if we do an appeal, and then maybe the scholarship can increase and the degrees in the help. 4, improvement in communication to student and the institution. There are key information from the help that doesn't reach the critical area, that's the office of the registrar, the dean, and the students. Second issue, how to improve accuracy of the trainees' data. 1, registrars to be fully responsible for the data of trainees and well captured at each interval before sharing to help. 2, a single format reporting template to be developed for both help and COOPs. This will ensure seamless and smoothless reporting and accurate data shared to both the two agencies. The third issue was role of registrars in loan appraisal process. So the first role is to confirm that the trainees are bona fide members of the institution. 2, to effect the transfer, can be a release or receiving the training, then recommend the trainees for effective funding. The fourth issue was institution portal for effective communication. This is what is discussed. On the institution portal, the registrar or the person in charge of the portal can be able to see the loan status of the individual students, can be able to have the disbursement reports, can be able to upload the data for the various templates as requested by the help. Then there's, on the institution, the portal to be improved in order to capture detailed information of trainees on loan statuses. There was a fifth issue, how to handle cases of students who dropped and reported. So we are having an issue whereby the students joined in the first module, along before complete the first module, the student vanished, or completed module 1 and the student vanished in the thin air. So at what point should we report that the student is no longer at in this institution? Or we have a situation where the student vanished after a year or 2 years, resurfaces and requests to continue with the academics. 1, details of students' status to be uploaded on the HEF portal. So at this point, the portal to be improved, whereby the registrar can be able to put the status of the students, where the students dropped. And then, pending on that, each and every institution have to develop policies that guide on the students that have dropped, deferment, and such kind of issues, so that at the end of the day, the registrars can be able to work within the line of duties. The sixth issue that we discussed, change of courses as placed by COOPs. And the change of courses, students are always given a chance to change or choose a course based on their passion and abilities. Most in cases, institutions have developed policies that guide the same. Maybe a student can have a policy whereby the students can change a course within 2 weeks of reporting. Or maybe a student has done module 1 and then feels that fails, and therefore a student has to change to the next level, but on a different course. So, therefore, the student has to meet the minimum qualification for the student to be placed in the next courses. Those were the issues that we discussed in the council. We discussed in the session for the registrars. I'd like to say thank you so much for the chance.
Thank you so much. We move to the team of the deans now. Your 7 minutes begin now. We are still waiting for the representative from the finance officers. Are you in? Kindly take your seat at the stage.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, Bwana MC. I'd like to introduce the secretary to the School of Deans, Madam Topista, from a very unique college or institution, the institution that has one of the largest swimming pools in East and Central Africa. Karibu, Madam Topista. She'll talk about the challenges, and I'll talk about the recommendations. If you don't know about the college, come with 1,000 shillings, I'll tell you.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. As you've heard, I'm Madam Obonyo from Bumbe TTI, the only TTI with the largest water bodies, and is only 100 meters away from the lake. So you're welcome. I'll read out the challenges our students face during the loan application, and my senior counsel will come and talk about the recommendations. Number one, wrong input of students' details at the cyber cafes. We also have use of new identity cards, and also the students with no IDs. We also have challenges in validation of KCSE index numbers. That is right away from 2021 going backwards. We also have a challenge of some students' parents not having phone numbers, and apparently the phones. Wrong email address has been an elephant in the house. Then, of course, disbursement of loans to wrong institution due to transfers and also for walk-in students. Another point that has been, especially in the marginalized areas, technicalities with the Helb application system that is due to poor network in those areas. Poor feedback and no feedback in some cases from our Helb relationship officers has been also a challenge. Then delay in sending verification codes and adoption process from the CUSPs. And finally, similarities in the institution names. For instance, I'll cite a case of Muranga TTI and Muraga TTI, and also about the codes. And also the students transiting to CBET, that is from NEC. There is normally a problem during application. I want to say with those few remarks, I want to welcome my senior counsel to talk about the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go right to the recommendations that the School of Deans came up with. The first one, we are recommending that the money for the scholarship should be dispersed alongside the loans. When the loan comes, the money for the scholarship should come at the same time. Our second recommendation is this. We are calling for an increased sense of sensitization and awareness on loan application by Helb officers through making visits to the institutions. And initially in the past, there were flyers that were being sent to the institutions, even though I was reliably told that Helb is going paperless. So, Bwana CEO, I was requesting if we can still get the flyers. With you, I know we can get it. The third recommendation is whereby students should be allowed to apply for the loans and bursaries by using either their waiting card or birth certificates. We were reliably told that that one is already in process. The next thing is that we have a category of level 3 students or artisan students. Currently, we have a group that have done KCSE, and we have another group that hasn't done KCSE. They dropped out in class 8, but they are willing to continue learning or upgrading their skills, and they are not able to apply for the Helb products. So I believe in the spirit of leaving nobody behind, we are recommending that they should be allowed to apply, the people who dropped out in class 8. They should be allowed to apply for the loans and bursaries. Another thing is on the part whereby some students make mistakes, either in their email, phone numbers, or details, or they lose the SIM cards or numbers they used to apply. We are requesting to be given some credentials or rights to be able to edit these numbers. Earlier on, this was happening, but the rights were taken away, so that if a student loses his number or her number, phone number, the one they are used for application, then we are able to edit and put the right number as soon as possible. Another one is the issue of transfer from one institution to another through the COOPS process. Now, sometimes students are required to move from one institution to another just to seek either clearance from the other institution and to be adopted into the other institution. This is economically strenuous and also tasking to this particular student. We are recommending if an easier way can be found to help in the adoption of these students from one institution to another. We realize that most of our students are walk-ins, almost 70%. 30%, this was alluded to also earlier on, that 30% all rest are the people who come, who are adopted or who are placed by COOPS. So to be able to also, in the spirit of not leaving anybody behind, to adopt these students in order for them to get the loans and bursaries, we are recommending that an easier way or an easier mechanism should be found out of transferring these students. Another thing is that the scholarship and the loans are not active on everyone, based on whether you have been adopted or not. We are recommending that this should be available to everybody, just as we recommend that the adoption also should be available and seamless to everyone. Another recommendation, even though this one doesn't fall squarely on Helb's desk, we are looking or recommending on a consideration whereby the amount that is supposed to be paid by COOPS either should be transferred to the loan or a modality should be found so that the students are able to be easily adopted. One of the hindrances of the students not being able to join our institutions or to apply for the COOPS is the 1,500 required. If we can find a way around this, we are saying we are scratching their backs by ensuring that these students apply or are placed in the various schools. You are scratching our backs by giving us the funds. We also want to scratch your back by ensuring everybody is brought on board. Last but not least, due to the time, we are requesting, we realize we don't have enough time to air all our issues. Bwana CEO, we were coming to your desk as a School of Deans, requesting for a round table with you so that we can air all these issues, because when the students come, it is on our desk where they land first with their problems. Even if you send money and tell them in a message that visit the finance office, they come to the dean's office asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think now we have the last team. You have 7 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shandrak Maleve from New Technical, Kitui County. So as finance officers, we also end the deliberations, and the finance officers and the following concerns with help officials. And I think most of the issues has been addressed by the team, which we hand on the other side. One, the finance officers, they wanted to be sensitized on how to use that institutional portal. And the team has done it. They were also concerned on the allocated amounts. You find that the amount, they wanted to know whether the amount which is in the institutional portal, does it include the Helb loan and the upkeep? And the answer was yes. That amount which is on the portal includes both the loan and the students' upkeep. So the finance officers, when you are planning, don't expect the whole amount, because some of that amount will go to students. Point 3, we were requesting the help officials to ensure that the disbursement list is given in time, so that we can be able to allocate the amounts which are received by the students to their fees registers, so that we can update our fees registers. Then there was also a concern about accounts for rerouting the unutilized funds. You find that some of the institutions, they ain't know those accounts for banking the unutilized funds, of which the account has been given by the finance officer, Helb. Then there was also a concern by the Helb officials, whereby when we receive the amounts, we do not acknowledge. And they have said that when we receive those amounts, we should write a receipt to acknowledge that we have received those amounts. Because the internal auditors, they'll be on their necks if we never acknowledge those receipts. Then there was also a concern about the validation of new staff. You see, on our side, we act as the agent to the help, so that we can collect money from those who benefited from help. And when they get that money, they channel back to us. I think it's a circle. We pay, they award to our students, and it is a rotating fund. So they have promised us they will ensure that when we request a new staff to be validated, it will be done as quickly as possible. So there's an issue here of walk-ins. And the registrars, we have been taught to talk to you. Because when the walk-ins, if the walk-ins are not validated, they are not going to benefit from the scholarship. If they apply, they only benefit for help product alone. So the registrars ensure if you admit the walk-ins, you liaise with the COOPs so that they can be validated. So I think those are the points which we had. And we have also learned a lot of things from the help officials. And finally, we would like to appreciate help for their prompt payments or disbursement of these funds. Because you find that most of the TVCs, the only source, it is the help money. From where I come from, you find when you tell a student to pay 10,000, that student will just go back. So we admit them, we tell them to apply, or we apply for them the help loan, and that is what we are waiting for those institutions, for us to operate those institutions. So we thank you this time around. We have seen you have done a wonderful job, and you may keep it up. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you so much. The presenters, I think time is well spent, so we don't really want to take too much time. Standing in for the MC, my name is Collins Wenje, and I just want to mention a few things, especially regarding the timestamp for tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start slightly earlier than what you are seeing on the program. The essence is to give us time just to brainstorm over certain burning questions that we could be having just before we officially kick off the program for tomorrow. So our humble appeal is that we be here and settle down by 8 a.m. tomorrow. That way then we can, because I can feel from the audience that we are a little bit exhausted. So whatever is still burning that you do have there, tomorrow we will create time just before the program starts officially. So come in tomorrow, let us all settle down by 8 a.m. As we expect the big day that is scheduled for tomorrow. At this point, I just want to invite our CEO just to say a closing remark before we end the day. Can we just appreciate her as she's taking the stage? That is Mrs. Masinde. Until she gets here. Until she gets here. I know you're tired. All right, over to you.
Good evening. I really don't have much to say. I know we are tired. I just want to thank you for being patient. We have pushed you to the limit, and we appreciate that you have been with us all along from the time we started up to now. I also wish to appreciate our CEO for coming back. He had something else to attend to. Imagine he went to Nairobi. He has come back because he wanted to be with us here as we conclude this day. Makofi kwake, amejaribu. Asanteni sana. We also want to appreciate your comments and your recommendations. We have a team there that is capturing each and everything that we have been presenting. We will sit back, look at it, implement the quick wins. The ones that we think will need a bit of time, we will also look at it. Those ones we think that will need some interventions from elsewhere, we will forward. And that is not the end. In case you go and sleep and you think of an issue and say, oh my God, I forgot this one. By the time we leave here tomorrow, just pass it on. We will see how to work on it. Once again, I wish to thank you very much. At this point, we started off with a prayer in the morning, and we would also like to close with a prayer. And I'll call upon my colleague, Mr. Chola, to give us a closing prayer. Thank you. And have a good evening.
Thank you very much for rising up, because I was going to ask you to rise up for closing prayer. So let us bow down our heads for prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you first of all for the gift of life. We thank you for granting us this day to deliberate on various issues that we had in the program. We also thank you for granting just journey mercies for those ones who arrived after we had made the opening prayer. We pray that you will continue blessing and protecting us as we go back to our places of accommodation, so that tomorrow we can meet again and deliberate on various issues. We pray that you'll protect our family members that we've left wherever we came from. Bless and protect them as we go towards the evening. Those ones of us who are still having activities in the evening, please protect them and let them take into account the advice that were given by the security officer to protect themselves. And when all that is done and we meet tomorrow morning, we'll grant you all the grace and thanksgiving. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
All right, so as we are leaving, we are just requesting the technical working group, the committee that was organizing for this, kindly just remain behind together with the Steercom. Kindly just remain behind. We want to have a small discussion here.
At the Higher Education Loans Board, we are reimagining our vision of universal higher education financing in Kenya, reaching out to different partners who share in this vision.
We are happy that the government has identified education as a priority in this country. So we get some good resources coming our way, but they are not adequate. And we have looked at it. We are in a program where we want also to partner. We look around, who else can support this kind of mandate so that each and every Kenyan student can access that education.
Between 2013 and 2021,